2025 in the year of our Lord, the day after St. Patrick's Day. So, how are you guys doing? You remember to brush your teeth, ladies and gentlemen. Of course you did. You're a good citizen of the United States. Yes, indeed. I've got to recycle some boxes. Just a minute. Gotham City Comics says 3, 2, 1. Yes. All right. There's a place where you can just throw your boxes and they'll recycle them. I decided last minute to save this part of this box. Uh, this is something that came from Gotham City Comics, and there's something on it that it's kind of, I have no idea what it even means, but it says, please, oh man, I just ruined it. Please handle with care. Thanks. Cough. The tape just tore it. I don't know. It says, approved by the Coffin Code Authority. Man, I don't know. I ruined the sticker. Shit. Oh well. We're off to the supermarket. I can't find my tripod. It might materialize, so this show will be very shaky. It's all right. We're used to it.
Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Thursday night.
Makes up her face, then she makes up a lie. She's dressed fit to kill.
Howdy. A slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Not as cool times in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 20%. Friday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows in the upper 20s. Saturday, sunny. Highs in the upper 50s. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain after midnight.
Wow. Amazing. Oh. Didn't have what I needed there. Gotta go somewhere else. This morning, it was a beautiful blue sky, and these planes started flying over, crisscrossing every which direction. And then we were left with this weird, cloudy.
Other reports. Reports of snow gaps and immersed winter conditions are also appreciated.
Geoengineering at its finest.
This is no all hazards weather.
Okay.
5 megahertz. This broadcast originates from the National Weather Service at Des Moines, Iowa. The current time is 2:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now for the official National Weather Service forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations. Rest of today, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows in the winds 20 to 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 45 miles an hour after midnight. A chance of snow 50%. Thursday, sunny. Highs in the upper 20s. Northwest winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts. Not as cool times in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 20%.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Because I got a call from my wife on the phone, and it caused the screen to go black. I don't know if you could hear me talking to my wife, but then
Highs in the upper 50s.
anyway,
Saturday night.
I'm trying to get some coffee for her, but they didn't have any of the Starbucks coffee in here. That's why I left out of that.
Chance of rain 30%. Sunday, partly sunny with a 50% chance of rain.
I don't know.
Highs in the upper 60s. Sunday
Well,
night.
clear, yes.
A slight chance of rain and snow until midnight. Lows in the lower 30s. Chance of precipitation 20%.
Mainly cloudy skies expected tonight. Chance of thunderstorms, lows around 35. 3 to 5 inches of snow tomorrow through tomorrow night. From the Meteorology Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Julia Wine. Currently 64.
The ag information you need and the country classics you love. We're the Midwest's only true country station. AM 540 KWMT. Sometimes late at night.
32, and the relative humidity 20%. The pressure was 29.45 inches and falling. Looking around the area. At Harlan, it was sunny with a temperature of 68. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 75 at Lamoni, 77 at Red Oak, 77 at Shenandoah, 77 at Clarinda, and 70 at Atlantic. At Des Moines, it was cloudy with a temperature of 72. Here are some conditions elsewhere in Iowa and Missouri. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 71 at Cedar Rapids and 62 at Sioux City. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 76 at Ottumwa, 76 at St. Joseph, and 67 at Omaha Council Bluffs. At Kansas City, it was cloudy with a temperature of 75. Now for a few weather conditions around the region. At Grand Island, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 59 degrees in Sioux Falls.
Well, it's supposed to be 80,000 JFK files released today. What's that?
Not as cold highs in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 20%. Friday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows in the upper 20s. Saturday, sunny. Highs in the upper 50s. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. A chance of rain after midnight. Not as cool with lows in the lower 40s. Chance of rain 30%. Sunday, partly sunny.
I know I can't play music without getting copyright claims. What am I thinking?
Monday, mostly sunny.
Otherwise,
A
I'd have
slight
that
chance of
station
rain in
playing.
the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Again, the forecast for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations for the rest of today, partly sunny. Highs in the mid-70s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. These are the 2 p.m. conditions for the Creston area. At the Creston Airport, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 75 degrees, the dew point 32, and the relative humidity 20%.
It's 77 degrees, man. Can you believe
5
that?
inches and falling. Looking around the area, at Harlan, it was sunny with a temperature of 68. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 75 at Lamoni, 77 at Brandon, 77 at Shenandoah, 77 at Clarinda, and 70 at Atlantic. At Des Moines, it was cloudy with a temperature of 72. Here are some conditions elsewhere in Iowa and Missouri. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 71 at Cedar Rapids and 62 at Sioux City. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 76 at Ottumwa, 76 at St. Joseph, and 67 at Omaha Council Bluffs. At Kansas City, it was cloudy with a temperature of 75. Now for a few weather conditions around the region. In Grand Island, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 59 degrees. In Sioux Falls, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 52 degrees. Winds were gusting to 37. At Minneapolis, St. Paul, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 48 degrees. Winds were gusting to 25. Once again at 2 p.m. In Creston, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 75 degrees. Elevated fire danger conditions this afternoon. Relative humidity values will drop below 30% again today. This combined with warm temperatures and breezy to gusty south winds today and dry fuels will result in elevated fire danger this afternoon. The areas affected include southern Iowa winds this afternoon. The following impacts are expected. Any fires that ignite may spread rapidly. Preparedness and precautionary action. Burning is discouraged under these conditions. Also, take care to prevent the start of accidental fires when smoking or operating vehicles around.
There was a camera vigil live outside the White House because they said Trump was on the phone with Putin talking about a ceasefire. I think the general mood is positive, but I don't think, Putin's. Well, we'll have to see what they'll probably have some announcement later today. Um, we're going after the Houthis. I always hated that band Hootie and the Blowfish. Maybe these are fans of that horrible band. But apparently Trump's been blowing them up, which may trigger a war with Iran. But the Ukraine war may be ending, maybe. But the ceasefire in Israel, I think Israel bombed the Gaza Strip people because they're not letting some hostages out. I thought they already got all those out. I guess not. So it's business as usual, as it's pretty much been, you know, my whole life. Except now I think we've got someone in charge that can actually handle things. Country went off track with the Kennedy assassination, and now maybe we'll get back on the rails. We'll have to see. But yeah, I don't know why business would be slower than it was any other day. I can tell you that what I'm glad is that I'm a 100% recycled bottle. I used to be a pepper and I was proud, but now I'm a recycled bottle and I'm ecstatically pleased with myself. Because now all that Clamate Chango is all, because you can't say that without getting special little notes under your title of your episode if you mention Clamate Chango. But I know that Clamate Chango will be solved because I'm a 100% recycled bottle. Except, what was this recycled from? What if this was recycled from a kitty litter box? So how do I know that wasn't the case? There's a lot of horrible things that are made out of plastic, Liz. Maybe it was one of those little tubes that goes from like what do they call it, a catheter that you pee through. How do I know it's not a recycled catheter? Oh, look at those wonderful kid trails. Wonderful, wonderful.
Plumbing. Hello.
Hi.
Oh, no. Triple power push back. They're going to see more triple power. Oh my God. Mhm. Uh-huh. Oh. Ooh. Yes. I need your vote. Okay. You know, see what your drink left out on the back. Oh, left out. Here's. Is it too heavy for you? No. I'll trade you another one. Okay. Weird, it comes in 8805. Can you carry that with the heavy one? Trade you. No, I think we'll have a good day. 10:30. I tried to get a car wash. And the car wash that she wanted to go to was out open. Thank you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Did you get a new car? I had one with the driver.
That's still doing the chemtrails. I don't know if you can see that. It's certainly strange. I'm sorry. Geoengineering is the
Northwest
term they
winds
want us to
10 to
use.
15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Thursday night, mostly clear until midnight, then becoming mostly cloudy. Not as cool as lows in the mid-30s.
It's not
South
as
winds 10 to
cool.
15
It's
miles
gonna
an
be
hour with
nerdy.
gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Friday, mostly cloudy. A slight chance of rain in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Not as cool times in the upper 50s. Chance of rain 20%. Friday night, partly cloudy until midnight, then clearing. Lows in the upper 20s. Saturday, sunny. Highs in the upper. Not as cool with lows in the lower 40s. Chance of rain 30%. Sunday, partly sunny, 50% chance of rain. Highs in the upper 60s. Sunday night, partly cloudy. A slight chance of rain and snow until midnight. Lows in the lower 30s. Chance of precipitation 20%. Monday, mostly sunny. A slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s. Chance of rain 20%. Monday night, partly cloudy. Lows in the lower 30s. Tuesday, mostly sunny.
We got a
Highs in
package
the
in the mail
mid-50s.
yesterday.
Again,
See that?
the forecast
Good.
for Corning, Bedford, Mount Ayr, and surrounding locations
Home
for
is many
tonight,
miles
mostly
away,
cloudy.
so you'll have to be
A
patient.
chance of rain and thunderstorms after midnight. Lows in the mid-40s. South winds 10 to 15 miles an hour with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Becoming east 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 35 miles an hour after midnight. Chance of rain 50%. These are the 2 p.m. conditions for the Creston area. At the Creston Airport, it was partly sunny. The temperature was 75 degrees, the dew point 32, and the relative humidity 20%. The pressure was 29.45 inches and falling. Looking around the area, at Harlan, it was sunny with a temperature of 68. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 75 at Lamoni, 77 at Red Oak, 77 at Shenandoah, 77 at Clarinda, and 70 at Atlantic. At Des Moines, it was cloudy with a temperature of 72. Here are some conditions elsewhere in Iowa and Missouri. It was mostly sunny with a temperature of 71 at Cedar Rapids and 62 at Sioux City. It was partly sunny with a temperature of 76
Sioux
at
City,
Ottumwa,
Sioux.
76 at St. Joseph, and 67 at Omaha Council Bluffs. At Kansas City, it was cloudy with a temperature of 75. Now for a few weather conditions around the region. At Grand Island, it was mostly sunny. The temperature was 59 degrees. At Sioux Falls,
Well, we're
it
home.
was mostly sunny. The temperature was 52 degrees. Winds were gusting to 37. At Minneapolis, St. Paul, it was partly sunny.
They just put a disclaimer on the screen before Popeye started. What did it say? These cartoons reflect the attitudes of a long ago horrible generation. Please forgive Popeye for his sins. Red Dawn weather says a little bit. I can't even click on the button, man. What's going on? What's roll it already? What's wrong with this? My phone is not responding. Oh, I don't have my little button at the top, man, because I took that down because it was obscuring the face of Paulo the other day. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Invite guest. Copy. Or post comment. I'm going to be looking at comics upstairs today. If you don't want to see comics, tune out of the show, please. This is the city, Los Angeles, California, the city of 500 million people. I carry a badge. My name's Tuesday. Let's see. Red Dawn weather. Remain calm. Yeah, something like that. And this is the, whatever, the link to come on. God damn, I look horrible. That's because I took a nap and everything got tore up and disturbed, man. What's going on with me? I don't even know what the people are talking about. I don't know what they're talking about. What's wrong with them? It's There's Drew and there's Ellen the cat. Well, it sounds like I'm home from the liquor store with all this bottles, but it's all non-alcoholic coffee and soda and all that garbage. People back then understood if you produce quality, you become number one. Just like we are in news information. I've got to get that. The tripod is probably in the attic because that's where I filmed last, right? The last episode I finished in the attic, so I probably just dropped the tripod up there. So. I'm gonna try to make an order from Gotham City Comics on Thursday. Uh, Gotta get that Fantastic Four 3 and some other stuff. Oh, there's no sign of the tripod up there either. I'll just do it the old way where I just prop you up against something. Be all right. Probably actually be better.
Administration. Again, I'll say it, overall, he's outperforming my wildest expectations of what I thought he could get done in 57 days. We're not even through a full 57 days yet. We're halfway through. And for the bad stuff I don't agree with, it's just completely overshadowed by the good. The bad guys are having their funds cut off. They're under criminal investigation. Some have been indicted. had they released, they were supposed to release 35 minutes ago, 34 minutes ago, the
Got some little
JFK
ball,
documents. They not said where they're
tennis
gonna put them out
balls
on the
for
nose
Drew the dog.
We're gonna keep watching that
See how she
very closely. You heard Roger Stone.
she needs some presents since she's had to deal with all these new additions to the family. Okay, Drew, you want to play with this ball here, man?
We pretty much already know that the fact that Trump
Will she instinctively go get the ball and bring it to me?
Thanks for holding so long from New York on the Trump report card. You're a trooper. Thank you so much.
Bring the ball to me, Drew. Oh, you can't get the ball? What's wrong with you? Oh, yeah, it's that. Here, Drew, go get the ball. Well, she doesn't quite have the hang of it. I realized that I've never played ball with my dog. I used to do it all the time with Daisy, the dog, but I realized that somehow I just never did it with Drew, and so she's got to learn. Bring the ball to me. Oh my gosh. You're seeing all the trash on the floor. That's not good. Man, nobody's watching 6. Well, that's because it's work, man. I forget that. Hold on a second. Most people are working right now. Except all you retired people out there. Okay, let's look at the package that I got in the mail because I haven't even really. I opened it, but I haven't really looked at it yet. I got the 2 first professional published works that I know of by Steve Mannion, who's my new artist hero. And okay, how can we do this?
Now we learned they got a gun at the inauguration, a gun a few weeks ago into the rest of Congress. They tried a guy from the scale defense with a gun. They shot him, last week. 2 planes were flying right at Mar-a-Lago till the fighter jets intercepted.
My wife might have the 2 little cats in the office where she's working, so we may not be able to entertain ourselves with those little fellers.
Thank you,
feller and gal.
Orloff's going to keep us on air. And I'm not bitching. I'm asking for help. I just know the numbers on talk radio alone.
I'm going to prop you up against a bottle of cat treats so you can see this, which is almost as good as a tripod. Oh, we got a new viewer. We got 7 viewers. Incredible. Let's finish this bottle off.
Subscribe to the rating system to get the aggregates. We got about, let's be conservative.
All right.
6 million people a day tune in.
Just a moment.
Some days, that's low. That's 6 million people. X would be very conservative. The main show on X, tens of millions a day. Millions on Infowars. It was supposed to be very conservative. 30 million people, 40 million, some days more, some days way higher, but very low. Tune into that. And then the clips, we can't keep track of. Some days 400, 500 million on our own. On just the next alone, it goes up and down. Low days, 10 million. And most of those clips have an ad.
Ow, darn it. Okay, so Steve Mannion finished the Joe Kubert School of Art and immediately got 2 jobs from the 2 big comic companies, man, Marvel and DC. And but, which is what I've got here, but they ultimately they determined that his style was just not quite what their house style is. So he went on and started doing comics for Eros Comics. This was the 90s when they had back rooms in comic stores. And Joe Kubert said, well, you know, this is not what I would like to see as the future of comics, but, you know, whatever, pays the bills. Because he's, you know, he was the guy in charge of the school and was giving him advice. But anyway, Steve Mannion's gone the independent route ever since then, and I only just heard of him within the last 3-4 months. Never heard of him before. So here's where he started. Detective Comics, number, I guess this isn't the 1990s. It says February 2001. I don't know. What the hell do I know? This cover is not by Steve Mannion. It's by someone named Johnson. Anyway, how do you even tell? Oh, I'm trying to figure out. I didn't read comics during this time period, and I'm trying to figure out where they put the issue number. Is it in the barcode? Really? DC didn't even put the issue number on the. Oh, it's. I never would have looked down. It's like I'm not used. I always hated word searches. You know, teachers always wanted to keep you quiet. In elementary school, they give you a word search. I'm not used to reading words downwards, man. Oh well. So it's 7:53. I got this book from the incredible online dealer Last Frontier Comics. Yeah. He's a regular viewer of the show, and he'd be at work today. But I said, "You have these two books?" He said, "Why, yes." So, and they're very inexpensive because for some mystifying reason, people are not. I mean, Steve Mannion should be one of the biggest names, but he isn't. Yeah. No, it is secret. But so I'm just sitting here going, God, can I get a Bitcoin donation? Let's see. God's plan we shut down it is. Oh yeah. I just sit here and come to you for support because that's the way it's always been. But I just had a bunch of sponsors that got harassed and attacked and they leave us. At least they gave him a chance. I was already selling films, and T-shirts, and stuff. So I said, that doesn't look like his art there. Oh, I see. These people in the regular, boring world of drawn comics are looking at a comic book. And Steve Mannion's, when they open the comic book, it's Steve Mannion's art. I think that they probably put that opening page there because the readers would probably be so freaked out by the story in this style. Because, you know, most comic book readers are idiots and they wouldn't have appreciated this style of art. And so they had to explain, well, you're just looking at a comic book. There's the real boring world of how we draw comics still exists. I'm not stupid. I'm not that important, but they didn't want me. Man. When they killed him. This is the way comics should look, in my opinion. Barely missed. Look at that. Outstanding. Horrible advertisements in this time period. I guess some of you are nostalgic for little video games that look like that. But always just see what it is. I mean, that night, I'm like, armed men here to close the building with no quarter. I'm not leaving. I'm calling the police. Well, we don't have order. We're going to do it. Don't worry. Look at that. So, he does a comic now called Fearless Dawn. On the Monday show, because I had slept in 3 days. Laura Logan here. I'm like, they're coming for, and it's like weeks before. I would have just kept him on as the regular Batman artist. It's okay. I was like crying during break. Drew is vomiting. Oh my goodness. What did you eat that made you vomit, Drew? The last guy supposed to be crying. So look, he's crying. Oh, we're going to get his company. That's what it was. I was crying, I said, because they're coming to kill Trump. So, keep me at my post. The Ultra. Oh, man, Drew. Shut up, Jones, and take calls.
David, FEMA Region 9. Go ahead, sorry.
Thanks, folks. Appreciate it. So yeah, Jesse and I joined as VIP members and the beginning of March 1st.
Thank you. You are literally underwriting the Second American Revolution. You are the
Yeah, the comic book ads got really ugly this time period, right? I guess that, yeah, it's a Skittles ad.
You get the most bang for the buck there. And then
And an ad for The Mummy.
I love you. Thank you so much, brother.
Absolutely, sir. And Jesse and I, we were glad to do it. She
Oh, Jackie Chan, man. Whatever happened to him?
We're proud to display the brand, sir.
Well, thank you, brother. What's your review of Trump?
Well, I'll give him an A- because I don't want anything to ever go to anybody's head. Anybody ever asked me for a self-assessment, never give myself a solid A. I give myself an A- and the room to improve. And the best thing that I like about what President
It's a real pain in the ass holding up every page for you morons. Sorry, you wonderful folks out there, television land. Let's see.
Through the Constitution, through the Vestment Clause, to push back full-throatedly on these unconstitutional
Oh,
rulings by district
and
judges.
that's the end of the story because look, they have to explain it, and you turn the page, and you're back to the horribly drawn, boring world of 2001. And look, he put that comic of Steve Mannion right in the trash can. So that's DC. Well, we used the story. I mean, we paid him, but we'll explain that they're looking at a comic in the normal, so it doesn't offend the regular reader. And then it goes on. The rest of the comic is something incredibly pedestrian, what you would normally expect from today's comics. It looks like it was done on a computer screen, and like, nothing of interest at all. And horrible looking art. So I guess that's an ad for chewing gum. I don't know why. It says the gum alters your genes.
Thank you, brother.
Maybe it's a Pfizer ad. It's Fauci gum. Okay, what are these people saying in the chat here, man? Gotham City Comics. He's an artist. Meyer, he was just in the news for cutting his son out of his will, Jackie Chan. Really? He said that if he truly wants wealth, he should work for it. Based. Jackie Chan certainly worked for it, didn't he, Drew? What are you doing, Drew the dog?
It's natural, folks, because
what are you doing, man?
This is urgent.
I need to probably take her for a walk. She's licking the carpet.
I told you, and it's not hard to guess.
Well,
more documents came out today. It's all confirmed.
Yes, you need to do all your own stunts and wind up with a massive plate installed in your head and break every bone in your body. If you, he really did earn his money, man. You have to admit that. Here's another Steve Mannion book. This is what he did for Marvel. Captain America comic. Let's see if they explain it.
That's out of the New York Post. We can show it to you.
No, they just start on page 1 with Steve Mannion's art. They don't have some little wraparound to excuse why all of a sudden the art is weird in this issue. Man, it's great. It's just this guy is 100% influenced by the old EC Comics Mad and many other things. I wonder what people thought. This one, let's see what year this comic's from.
No, he said if you burn it down, and they just burned down a bunch of cars at a Tesla repair shop.
I wonder if
in Las Vegas. We'll show that footage right now.
That kind of looks like the TV movie Captain America, where he had a helmet. Yeah, I'm gonna be. Oh, I see. He's got his regular mask underneath it. Look at this dynamic 2-page spread here. Remember how everyone was excited about MODOK? First appearance of MODOK, and then he's going to be in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It's so exciting. And then, did any of you actually see that horrible Ant-Man movie where they put MODOK in it and how they ruined MODOK? Unbelievable. Those Ant-Man movies were pretty darn good until that one. But everything is ruined when it's touched by Disney nowadays.
I don't start seeing indictments in about 30 days. And we're seeing some,
Oh, this may be some kind of fantasy, actually. No, none of this is real. Look at this, man.
Yeah, but well, I mean, go ahead. I mean, have you studied how the Justice Department and indictments work?
I haven't read this yet. Obviously, I just got it. I'm assuming this is some kind of dream sequence. To me, my shield. So they're not just giving you his artwork all of a sudden and just expecting you to. This is regular Captain America continuity, either any more than the Batman people were, I guess. I think. Look at that. That's great. I think that. Yeah. But I would just publish comics all year long with art like this. I mean, it worked for decades for Captain Marvel, right? CC Beck. It wasn't photorealistic. Kids loved it. Well, I don't know when all these JFK files are going to be released. At what point today?
I'm not 1/1 trillionth close to God. I mean, like God's power. Do you understand that I didn't know what you just said?
I don't see how you couldn't know. It's going around like crazy. And I'm coming at you with one of your videos.
Oh, yeah. What are people in the chat saying? Red Brown. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah. I like that Captain America. I like that Captain America on the motorcycle, even though it totally sucked. Red Brown was a good Cap. Yeah, the actor himself wasn't the problem. You know, George Clooney, with a good director, he could have been a good Batman. At that age, at that time in his life, perfectly acceptable. What's his face? The last Superman that everyone loves, these idiots love, from the Snyder movies. He could have been a good Superman if the director instructed him how to play Superman and like maybe occasionally smile. But you know. Oh, let me leave you there because I want to show you. I got these two comics from him, but he sent me something extra that's unbelievable. And wait till I show it to you because I haven't really unfolded it fully yet. So we're going to see its true splendor here in a minute.
The article crew, I'm sure they put it in my stack. I didn't get to it. You know how much I don't get to? So no, I did read a headline now that you remind me about it, and I've now seen the video. And I'm not going to give Trump a pass here because I haven't seen the whole thing in detail yet. But you put in parameters. Yeah, that's what I saw. See, I remember that. Trump trolled and reviewed belly dancers in his AI Gaza video. And you know what you do with AI?
This is
show Gaza rebuild.
You know, it's a little folded thing about the size of a Reader's Digest, right? But it unfolds into something unbelievable. You know, I always loved the Bronze Age Marvel, Bronze Age horror. This is not from that time period, but is of that time period in a strange way.
And I will just tell you,
it's
I saw the Daily Beast headline. Wow. Mentioned belly dancers. I did see that. I'm like, what the hell's this? Sent it to the crew. I'm sure they put it on the list. I didn't get to it. Okay, so I'm not guilty, and I'm not Nebuchadnezzar, and I'm not covering up for Israel. And I've said, and you listen to the show 15 times in the last 2 weeks, and I played Fox News clips and everything, and said this is wrong. Trying to pass that law in New York if you have a Hamas or Hezbollah flag, 4 years in prison. Now, if you're
look at this.
If you missed 1 minute of my show and I said that, you are involved
Well, it's a Tomb of Dracula poster. Look at that. Now, I'm sure it's from the 2000s, maybe for some revival, possibly. I don't know what revival that would have been. It's a Gene Colan poster.
Did you not hear me probably 15 times say that's terrible?
When have you ever seen Gene Colan's art this big? It's from 2008. Maybe they released like a omnibus of Tomb of Dracula in 2008. I'm not exactly sure what it's promoting. But you know, under a frame, it's might as well be 1972, 73, because it's Gene Colan, the original artist. It's got the original logo. Nothing really about it that taints it as being something from that horrible year of 2008.
Get their names and numbers.
So that was just the note. I think he mentioned he had it, and I said, "Wow!" And he I guess he must have set it aside, knowing he'd throw it in as an extra to some order, future order. But yeah, that really needs to be framed. But I'll probably wind up tacking it up, to be honest with you, because I don't have frame. Where am I going to get a frame? Okay, well, that may be all I have really to show you down here. But I'm going to go upstairs here in a minute. Oh, Last Frontier. Hi, Grotto. Grotto, yeah. Hey, Last Frontier, I don't know if you were I don't know if you were watching. I just showed the package I got from you yesterday. And Meyer got the package I sent him, I guess today, finally, because I only was last week able finally to get to the post office. And so he got his Batman. What is this comic called? Batman Unbound, Batman Uncensored, I forget what it's called. The Immortal Batman, I forget. But this new alternate reality violent Batman comic, I did a cover for him on one of those white covers. Okay. I need to organize a few things down here so I can listen to Alex Jones for a little. Actually, I got to clean that vomit up. What am I thinking? Oh, man, I got so much to do. What time is it, man? 3:34. Oh, yeah, look at little cat there sleeping. I've got to adjust my Darth Vader clock because I've got it and put it back on the wall. It says it's not even 11 in the morning. Myers says that Dracula poster is great. I think it's promotional for the Tomb of Dracula Essential. Yeah, who would have thought they would make a poster for that? Okay. Drew has apparently cleaned up her own vomit. Right now are complete whole nutrients. Oh my gosh. Horrible. Okay, so it's about 3:35. So let's see. Diet and daily nutrition. We have the best. And as you prayed, the passion of his countenance was altered, and his raiment was white in place of everything you need for nutrition in a daily value. Okay, what does Darth Vader say at 12 o'clock? It tastes great. I had a little bit of lemon juice. And it came to pass in those days that he went out into a mountain to pray, meditating all night in prayer to God. It's more of a long, sustained energy throughout the day, and that's why Darth Vader at 1 o'clock. Multiplied unto you to the knowledge of God and of Jesus our Lord. In a really powerful way. Okay. Now, the goal of taking at 2 o'clock. It returns your body back to a state of balance, homeostasis. Farmer Alfalfa says. The thought again from the dead, our Lord Jesus. A saber-tooth covenant of the sheep. Stress levels go with the blood of the everlasting covenant. So many things to your body. It can thicken your blood. Okay, and 3 o'clock p.m. Darth Vader says,
Grace be unto you and peace from God our Father and from the Lord Jesus Christ.
okay, that goes takes us to 3:35. Yeah, man. Oh, I wish I could find that tripod. I need to get a really well. That tripod was pretty good. It was pretty good for a while until it just fell apart. But someday I'll get an even better tripod. Oh no, I'm gonna get a copyright claim. Oh, he always does it to me with this bumper music. Alex Jones, what are you doing to me? Oh boy. The other week he played that final countdown song. There's bumper music and it was playing in the background and I had to erase the final countdown. And he's playing some Van Halen in the other room. I gotta keep the phone away. My gosh, okay, he stopped. All right.
Let's be very clear here. The Republican Party, the MAGA Republicans, are a domestic terrorist cell operating in America.
We are in the prime position to stabilize the country, become successful and wealthy again, and lift up the rest of the world. And Trump understands that.
Oh, yeah.
Economics. The globalists want a global oligarchy. They want a collapsed global society. And we're so far along, it is hard.
I gotta go through a few things here. Damn.
I heard about the incident in front of the White House. Rest in peace, all the things. But it's just the energy. Let's flood the system and see what happens.
Whoever steps up and deals.
These are pictures that could potentially be framed. In fact, I think this should be framed. What do you think? I'll put that in the stack to be framed. But they don't sell frames this size at Dollar General. And that's the only place I have to shop here.
Trump supporters are about to actually their operatives are getting ready to do some false flags. Yeah, so
Oh, this is Donna Lauren,
and one of the other aspect of their
Dr. Pepper Girl.
the opposition. So Black Lives Matter, Antifa, elements of Hamas and Hezbollah are on the streets of America. Large swaths of them. The cartels, MS-13 is probably the biggest one that was involved in really the drug smuggling and the human smuggling. You have
Look at these girls fighting a dragon.
Venezuelan cartel del Sol or elements of them. So you still have on the streets of America a lot of operatives that they can tap into, and they in fact do tap into them.
This one I've already framed. I have this framed in the other room.
My doors are open for you if you need a safe house.
Do it. You know you've been thinking about it. Why not do it? Why not do it? Do it. Do it. Military.
Here's season's greetings from
We must to do what must be done.
Pat McCollum, Tom and Jerry.
We will name our children out.
You know what I really ought to do is do a painting of this emblem of the Batman Villains United from the Batman '66 movie.
1,500 insurrectionists who have violated the Capitol like no other time. Right.
Here's Julie Newmar, I guess, selling washing machines, possibly. advertisement for the Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers. Well, they took the serials and they shortened them into a little hour and a half, or not even that long, features. And then they released them in theaters when the Batman craze was going in 1966. Yes, Lubbock, there really is a Flash Gordon and a Buck Rogers. See the universe saved twice. Yeah, Flash Gordon. They turned that into a feature called Mars Attacks the World, and Buck Rogers, they turned that into a feature called Planet Outlaws. And then, they had it played for a limited time only. Remember the Sun Classic films in the 70s? The Truth About Bigfoot or In Search of Noah's Ark. They have those, and they don't say for 7 days only. There's fun eating too at Six Flags, El Chico Restaurant. Popular prices, fine Mexican food. Man, I miss Mexican food more than just about anything. I'm not funded by any big corporations or anybody. I am funded by viewers and listeners. Over the years, it's hard for sponsors to try to take away. We direct sell high quality products, supplements, bentos, flexible knives, Patriot gear at the supplements. Man, this is not a good day to do a show. Nobody's watching. A guy named Cliff Nobody in Cleveland, Ohio. Here's Adam West with a young fan with a Batman shirt on the set of the Batcave. Yeah. I printed this out at some point in the distant past. Everybody needs a top defense. Got a bunch of spook show things I printed probably from Facebook. Faint check. Kindly fill out this card and keep on your person in case you faint when you see Frankenstein on stage in person in Asylum of Horrors at the Princess Theater in Columbus, Ohio. One show only, Tuesday, April. Yeah, that's cool. Hey, you get off that jukebox, you'll wreck it. This is the Catwoman from Island of Lost Souls.
This it is. The fastest 3 hours on the internet is the InfoWars War Room. We have a challenge today. We got a challenge.
Until I printed this right off Instagram. Wow, watch Captain America and all the superheroes Monday through Friday at 4:30 on Channel 7.
I don't know the last time we've done a script. Been able to get through all the news. That's how crazy
Gulita.
the situation has been in political news media.
Still at the same old haunt on Jeepers Creepers, KCOP Channel 13.
Give you the layout. I'm going to go
Early horror host.
We have a statement from.
This is Monsters in the original run on San Antonio Television, Ken's TV.
Which they say is the mouthpiece.
There's a bigger version I must have printed of that.
They are pro-Russia. They didn't.
Now I could do a really good painting of this using this as a guide, and then I could get different paints, color sources, Basil Gogo style, and that some of these are good for painting resources. And some, but I printed out so many things from the internet over the years that I've got to put in filing cabinets. So days like this, look, a cave woman handing out balloons to children, getting them to read the Flintstones comic strip in the Chicago Daily News. Big Friday the 13th show.
Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, the whole thing.
Oh, this is a good one. Look at this.
And then kind of had a lot of
Voodoo Chill, Monster Thrill, Double Shock Horror Bill.
China. A brief update on that as well, but we'll get into all of that today. Then we got all of this back and forth
this, when Trump says make America great again, I kind of think he's talking about this time period. You can get a brand new GTO. I mean, look at this. Hot hair, gigantic hair, cool signs, neon, flashing lights, GTOs. Vampira. Man, there's a great Vampira figure coming out, but it's like one of these deluxe $300 figures. I got to talk to Meyer about. He knows about these deluxe high-end collectors figures. Even though it's 300, I may have to figure out a way to do it. What are these people saying? I'll be in a couple. I'll be on in a couple of minutes. I'm painting. Oh, cool.
But it's the same incestuous swamp that we see here with the judges, and then it's their families that are making money from the Democrats.
Wonder Woman. See, these are just photocopies, but when they're under glass or plastic, you know, in the frame, they can look pretty good.
Obama. Then you got John Roberts, who's saying, "Oh, you can't."
Al Williamson and Frank Frazetta together doing Flash Gordon and Dale. Unbelievable.
So I mean, it's just the
See, Captain Video wasn't just on TV. There was a Columbia serial in the theaters. Last gasp of the great movie serials in the early 50s. But yeah, they were still playing movie serials in the early 70s in theaters on Army bases. Because I remember seeing movie serials on Saturday afternoon. Oh man, an ad for the first episode premiering on NBC of Star Trek. I can't tell you how much I love Star Trek in third and fourth grade. Well, I still do. What am I talking about?
And the Democrat Party has kind of allowed that to happen, thinking that that wind could blow their ship. Well, Schumer.
Well,
I think Schumer is actually feeling the heat. Now, I don't know if AOC would actually want to run for Senate, but he's definitely feeling the heat after whipping up Democrat votes for the continued resolution, canceling his book tour, now doing TV interviews. I mean, he wasn't supposed to be on The View. That was a favor. That was a favor. Now, we do have some comments from both of those characters, Schumer and AOC. But it's funny because it goes right back to the judge situation. And it's always the media that cries the loudest, that is the most hypocritical. We all remember when Joe Biden was defying judges' orders.
All this movement up
being
there.
The cancellations.
Go on up there. Look at all that boo-ha-ha.
There was some reporting.
Just keep my wife walking around up there.
But it wasn't a
break.
We were pulling our hair out.
I got 10 people watching, man.
Into the night.
Wow.
Like you see, the Democrats
were well on our way to becoming giants of YouTube.
Multiple times. And then the left-wing media saying, "Oh no, Joe Biden can absolutely do this." And then members of the Democrat Party, like AOC and others, saying, "Absolutely, this is what Joe Biden can and should do. He's the president."
I don't worry about tomorrow because I'm never certain if I'll make it through today. Good point, right?
Think he's more important than an unelected judge. But it was the same people that cheered Joe Biden on when he.
I don't know if this place is still there, but they made good pizza.
And we don't have to because we got all the clips, we got all the headlines.
Yeah.
We can show it to you. The terrorism against Elon Musk's Teslas continues, and now Musk, rightfully so. I'm telling you, I think
if I was a tripod, where would I be?
I don't know the man. I know a few people that I guess.
Well, I'd have an extra leg.
But I wouldn't say I know him enough to understand fully his personality. But you know, when you're a public profile enough, you kind of like to think you know a little bit about a guy.
Musk doesn't really show frustration. He doesn't really, I don't know if that's a conscious thing or it's just kind of how he is, but based off of the repetitive nature of Musk's messaging the last week or so, I think he's starting to get a little frustrated. Now, I'm talking about.
Oh, I heard a ding.
Kind of one of us. And it's not even the Doge stuff.
Oh, hold on a second.
But the Tesla Democrat terror attacks.
I'll be right back.
I think he's getting a little frustrated saying, what's really being done to stop this? So it's crazy to think, but it's like Trump is one of us. He gets persecuted. Musk is one of us. We attack him and his companies. Relate like, yeah, we get attacked. We get censored. We get put in prison. Okay, yeah, they've gone through the process. They've gone through the trials. But I kind of get this sense that the lip service doesn't, it's not really, not really doing it for Elon Musk. I'm sure he expected the obstacles with Doge, but he's sitting here saying, hey, my company, Tesla, is having terror attacks against it every day now. They keep talking about doing stuff. I've seen, I think, two arrests. And I don't know how Teslas work. I've never driven one, but I think they have some camera security systems because there's a bunch of videos going around now where you can actually see the person that's keying the car or spray painting the car. I guess some of them maybe have cameras that turn on or some don't. Maybe it's a setting. I don't know if anybody in the crew knows about this, but here's some of the examples they just pulled up. And of course, all of this is being submitted to law enforcement. And they say, oh, well, the FBI, the DOJ, we're looking into it. And then it's like nothing. It's a lot of lip service. Well, Musk isn't really, I think Musk is getting a little frustrated. Because it is putting people's lives in danger. What is terrorism? Terrorism is using violence to reach a political end or goal. It's a rough description, but that's the whole point. They want you afraid to drive a Tesla. They want you afraid to work at Tesla. They want you afraid to have Tesla stock, thinking it's going to tank. That's the terrorism. That's what they're doing. So now Musk has put out 3 statements now, I believe, in the last 24 hours saying this is terrorism. And he's right. Of course it is. It's been terrorism. They've been the terrorists. I've been screaming about that right here for years. So it is the definition of terrorism. And I think Musk is getting a little impatient saying, hey, I keep hearing, you keep saying you're doing stuff, but what is going on? So this is long overdue, but it's what needs to be done. And it is that the Democrat Party is a criminal organization and a terrorist group. They have been, they are, and until they're treated as such, investigated as such, nothing will change. Nothing will change. And we opened the show with a compilation, and you have these Democrats posting videos again, talking about how Trump needs to be assassinated, how Musk needs to be assassinated. Yeah, they've been doing that since 2017. See, we deal with a couple things. We deal with the swamp or just political people that work and live in the political world. They don't understand something that's happening. They don't understand. You can't just appease MAGA with lip service. This isn't normal. This isn't normal politics. This isn't normal right-wing politics. This is, we actually expect results. So going and doing a TV interview, going and doing a social media post, lip service does nothing for us. It means nothing to us. We want real, decisive action. We want real world results.
Oh, there you are.
Are you gonna treat the Democrat Party like the criminal organization it is? And it's like, what are you waiting for? You got them Now,
Okay, well, what's going on here, man?
you have them. You now have your case. You have your case of violence. You have your case of criminal activity. You can now move. We're not getting. So I think Musk is getting a little frustrated with this. Still no Epstein files, by the way. Now, we were supposed to get the JFK files today, and now apparently there's a kerfuffle.
Uh-oh.
Apparently there's an old kerfuffle with that. Maybe we're not getting them. But we will show you what Doge continuing to do, what they're up to, and why the Democrats and their radical judges are panicked. So we got that coming up for you as well, and then just a smattering of other news stories here. So we were
Boy.
loaded today, but I want to make sure I have proper time here. So in the next,
Well, the primary thing I wanted to do, I've already accomplished showing you the stuff I got from Last Frontier Comics.
Phone call. But in the meantime, let's look at this back and forth with these judges. And again, the irony here is, if you follow politics, you already knew of it, but I feel like the average American that's not really political is starting to realize just how pathetic the mainstream media really is, specifically on the left. Morning Joe Scarborough, mocks MAGA meltdown over judges doing their jobs. Now they're doing their jobs. But when it was the Biden administration, for Biden to ignore the judges, it was a good thing. Appeals court stacked with Biden and Clinton judges reject Trump's effort to block reinstatement of thousands of probationary workers. So, Trump's not allowed to fire anybody. Trump's not allowed to be the executive. We elected him to be the chief executive. We elected him to be the president and run the executive branch.
Well,
the Democrat judges say no.
A red dot.
Nope. You don't get
That's fire.
Hey, what's going on?
And so,
How much? What's up?
Working on this sign.
Oh, let's see. Oh, look at that. Geometry. Cool.
now they're losing their job. Well, they're panicked now. The Democrats are panicked. See, why do you have
It's almost done.
Tanya Chutkin trying to get private information?
Yeah.
Because
Oh, that is not the right way up.
it's the one agency that hasn't been totally infiltrated by
Oh, that's not right either.
so they don't know. They're pulling their hair out. They really don't know what's going on inside those. They don't have any spots.
Yeah, that's pretty darn cool. Is that like a display sign for Geometry Comics?
Yes. Yes. That's it.
You want to make a sign that says dull comics are good comics.
Yeah, I thought about that at the bottom of this sign where the trees are, but I don't know. And even these letters are too small that I'm doing right now, I think.
Using acrylic paint?
This is an acrylic paint pen. So it makes doing things like lettering in white or black really easy. Like, see where it says Dell Comics right there and the 10 cents. I did that
Yeah, I didn't see that
with a
part.
black and white pen. And right there, see where it says comics?
Yeah.
I did that with this pen.
Yeah, I didn't even know they made pens. So I'm hearing something about maybe we won't get the JFK files today.
No, I haven't heard about that. I haven't been watching the news today.
Yeah, I just had Alex Jones, the show that comes on after Alex Jones on. We'll see what happens. Uh, oh boy, I've got to figure out a way. Oh, okay, that'll work. Like the old days before I had a tripod, I have to figure out a way to have the camera leaning, the phone leaning up against something. Um, Now this box is almost all Superman. Let's see. This is the next box after the one I was going through several days ago. A lot of these need to be bagged and boarded, of course. There's Superman 302. I always hated this ad. Looks completely unprofessional.
Yeah, it does. It looks like it should be in, what was it called? Dynamite?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Damn it. That tripod's gonna immediately be found as soon as I end this broadcast. This is a great Neil Adams cover. She's destroying the bottled city of Candor.
Yeah, I've got that. That is great. It's one of the few that I have
32.
from that era.
Yeah, this is from around the time the movie came out, I think. Yes. She asked if I was upstairs. She's probably wondering why all the lights were on up here in the attic.
I'm really happy with this.
Yeah,
I
that's
like how
cool.
it turned out, man. I'm proud of it. I think it turned out cool. It says sold
Yeah.
here.
Oh, let's see that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I did this. Sold here and a 52 page. It says sold here, and then it says a 52-page magazine.
Yeah, that's neat. That's cool. The trees, is that something from the comic or is that something you just decided would look cool?
No, I saw it in this Gene Autry comic. So when I was deciding what to do, I've got this one Gene Autry comic right here, and I
Mm-hmm.
looked through here to see how Gene Autry is drawn in here because I was considering putting an illustration of him here and an illustration of Champion over on the right side.
Mm-hmm.
But I decided not to do any figure or portrait drawing. Instead, I decided to make it look like it was some sort of a homemade promotional sign or something. And
Yeah.
then when I was looking through the comic, I noticed that there's multiple panels where this is the exact background.
Yeah.
So this is the background in many panels in Gene Autry comics, as well as it's the backdrop of where I live. Like this is what it looks like
Yeah.
when you look in every direction where I live. Like right out my window right now, it looks like this. So it was real easy. And I'm still I almost consider putting like a little, like dusting of snow on these trees but I
Well,
like it just like this.
well, the thing about that is Gene Autry is also associated with Christmas, so that would be cool.
Oh
Um,
yeah, you're right. I didn't
he's got
think
a
about
Christmas
that.
connection. Yeah, a lot
I
of
feel like,
Christmas
so see
covers.
how you've got white over the top and it ends here. That might look nice with a little bit of snow right on the top right.
Yeah, I think it actually might. Um, I would have probably gone if I had a color printer, I would probably gotten a little small picture of a photograph of his head from that era with the hat on, and
Hmm.
just like put it right there on the side by the G. I wouldn't have even tried to get a likeness of his face because I don't think I'd be able to do
That,
that. I can draw
that
monsters, but I can't get likenesses of oh, like that. Yeah, I would do that. You color copy of
so
that.
what? Let me show you what I was thinking of doing. I was going to do like his face on this side, and then maybe champion on this side, but then the lettering became too small, and I just decided to work with this one scrap of wood. I have lots of scraps like this felt like it was a good size for this sign.
Yeah, yeah, it's
um,
great.
and
Well,
it's
Kevin's here. The
almost the
Three
same
Stooges
size
have
as the
been
comic.
reunited.
It's
I'm
like a
sorry.
little bit big, a little bit wider than the actual comic book.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's just what you got to do is get a photograph of that above some Gene Autry comics, like a
Yeah,
display.
like it should be like in a stand, like see like that.
Oh, yes, perfect. I hate to use that word because you notice that. Have you heard people say perfect everywhere you go? Is it spread to California?
No, I haven't noticed it.
And I thought it was a regional thing, but I'm starting to hear people on TV say perfect. Well, it's just like,
You know,
is this where
nothing is perfect. Nothing
have
is
you?
perfect.
But do you hear people say perfect? Well, did you find everything you're looking for? Oh, perfect. You haven't heard that.
No, I haven't really noticed it. I mean, I
Oh,
might have, but I just haven't.
it's like have a nice day back in the '70s. It's like constant. It's just
You know what I hear a
hey,
lot of? Oh wow! I hear oh wow.
it's because they're a bunch of stoners probably. Oh wow,
No, it's
that's
everybody. Everybody says oh wow.
well in your store. Everyone's gonna say, "Oh wow," I'd be saying it too.
No,
Actually,
it means like you don't care. Basically,
oh, sarcastic. Oh wow. Oh,
it's
that's
not
a whole new
sarcastic.
level.
You just say it out of You just say it. You don't really. You're not even really excited. You just say oh wow. Anyways,
Yeah. Well, what's new at your store? You got any new shipments?
no, I have to ship out these Buffy the Vampire Slayer comics.
Damn. Someone bought all that.
The whole run of 40 of them. Yeah.
Wow.
Is it someone we know or?
No,
Well, that's pretty cool. Unless they're just $1 each, then it may not be that cool. But
they're like $2 each.
okay, well, almost $100. Yeah, that's good.
That's the last thing I have to do today. Oh wow.
Did you get any? What's coming out tomorrow of interest? Is tomorrow the official release date of Fantastic Four 3, or was that last Wednesday?
I don't even remember.
Yeah, man. Where are you headed to?
To get this box.
Oh, what was that coffin sticker that was on one of the boxes you sent me? What was that about?
That was a package I got from Coffin Comics, the Lady Death guy,
Oh,
Brian Polito.
Thomas Fairfell says your Gene Autry sign is really boss, Meyer. Nice work.
Thanks, Tommy.
Oh, did you paint that little sign?
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Oh, I wasn't watching. That's cool.
Yeah, yeah, it's cool.
I've got two of these. Kevin, look at this. I've got these two chunks of wood. I've got one that's the same size as this, and I'm thinking about doing those two garbage pail kids I was talking to you about on them.
That's a good idea. Is it real thin wood?
No, it's pretty thick. This is just laminate from this is boat wood. All this came off of from the boat yard. Most of this came off of like a Chris Craft renovation that I did about 10 years ago.
Oh,
This came out of like a boat, some shelving on an old boat, like from the 60s.
Oh, so it's almost, it's mid-century wood.
Yeah, it's from a 1965 35-foot roamer from a Chris Craft.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's cool because this is for Steve, and Steve was in the Navy. So that's what's kind of cool
Oh, I
about
didn't
it.
want to say that. So,
Oh, he
all right.
knows because I've been sending him pictures as I've been working on it. I sent
Oh,
him some
have
pictures.
you? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I wonder if he's watching.
Oh, you're sending him that sign?
Yeah. Yeah. The gift
Yeah,
for
I knew he was making it as a
yeah,
present, so I was trying to be quiet about it. But he knows already.
Is he gonna put it on like on the top of a spinner rack or something?
I don't know. He'll do whatever he wants with it. I just came up with the idea. It was just an idea. It's a thank you gift for him. So it was like I was saying, I've gone through some couple different sketch ideas, and this just ended up coming together at the end, and I think it's good. I like it.
I need to send him stuff. He's sent me so many things over the years. I've never sent him anything back. That's probably why everyone hates me. But I need to send him some stuff. Well, I'm sure there are other reasons
Yeah,
also.
I'm trying to avoid a bad reputation like you, Ratu.
I'll never recover. Man, that sticky goose gets more horrible. He's now, yeah, he completely, he just feels
What
like
happened?
he's not being allowed into the comic book community. So he's lashing out, but he's not trying to get into the right part of the community, I guess.
I was just gonna say that it's almost like he's not really in the comic. He's in a different sliver of the book community. He's in slabber speculator zone. He's
Well, he thinks that's what you're supposed to do, and so he thinks that's what everyone does. That everyone is really just concerned about how much their comics are worth, and they're going to sell them in the future, and there's a
has
lot
he
of
ever
people
made
like that.
so so there's things about him, right? Like he's like a kind of like a heel from a wrestling show, right? He has charisma, but at the same time he's not a likable person. But
Well, he doesn't
his
really have
opinions,
charisma. He's kind of like a mannequin that's come to life. He talks like this, and you are
so
all man babies, and he
well, I
just
want to
he
hear.
just
So maybe has he ever done comic reviews? Has he ever talked about the ones that he's read that he likes and why he likes them? And I've heard him talk about that
yeah.
he
Well, what
doesn't
it
like
is,
Fantastic Four.
he says that it's stupid to buy individual issues, and he has a wall. He likes to read them, but he likes the bound versions of the books and everything. Um, so I mean, he does love the art form, but he doesn't have any connection with the nostalgia because he's a young guy, and so he can't really connect with what it was like to be around in the 70s, 60s, or 50s. He's so he learned how to collect by watching online people like Comic Tom, and he just thinks it's all about speculation. And then he spent thousands and thousands of dollars and amassed a collection far better than anything we've acquired in 50 years. And then he thinks, well, I'm one of the great collectors. And I don't know. Who cares? This is Neil Adams cover. It's pretty great. It's almost like a Basil Gogos, different colors in different parts of his face. Yeah, that's a really great one.
Hey,
Oh
did
man, do I really
SpaceX
want to
pick
go
up
to
the
the gym?
astronauts yet?
What?
Did SpaceX go get those astronauts yet?
I haven't heard. Well, they were up there, but I don't think they got them back yet. Or it seems like I would have heard something. I mean, it seems like everything's kind of unraveling. Now they're saying maybe the JFK files aren't going to be released today. I don't know, man. This is used to think this was worthless because the Overstreet guide said it was, and then it became really valuable because they changed their mind that Whitman's weren't reprints. You don't see Whitman DC and Marvel very often. You mainly just see Whitman Gold Keys. I don't know if I want to go through all these Superman comics or not, man. I was going to go through every single comic, but geez, man, I don't know. This is a great cover. It's got to be Ernie Chan. It's got to be. No, it is not. It is Rania something Lopez. Lopez is his last name. I can make that up. Oh well. It's always the guys that came from other countries that can really draw and surprise you. They have something a little bit different that they bring. Oh man, it's just a ton of Superman comics. I don't really want to look at them all, honestly. No, I don't want to do it. I can't do it. Here's a pretty good facsimile. Or is it a facsimile? Doesn't matter. I'm going to pull it and file it with the Silver Age comics. Okay. I'm not, just not going to do this. What the hell is this? This is a Superman comic, believe it or not. Superman Silver Bench. Where's Superman on the oh, he's tiny. Okay. Superman, The Secret Years. Oh, Superman and Madman. That, that's it. I'm just gonna pull the interesting looking ones. I'll be here all day. Uh, oh, here we get into some good stuff. Okay, fine. After this run of Superman, we're about halfway through this box. We get the this is Bronze Age Jimmy Olsen. Silver Age is even better, but it's in other boxes. This is 160 of Jimmy Olsen. This is where it gets tricky because there was a comic called Superman Family, and then there was also no. It gets tricky because there was a comic called Superman Family, but it was actually Jimmy Olsen. Let's see, 164. You see, it says Jimmy Olsen presents. It's really still the Jimmy Olsen comic. And that confused me for years. Oh, 2 copies of 164. 3 copies of 164. Obviously, I was confused whether I had that issue or not. Oh, man. Yeah, see, oh, this is why it's confusing, because it's still the Jimmy Olsen numbering, but now it says Supergirl presents the Superman family, and there's no way to really know that this is the Jimmy Olsen line, except maybe he's there in the corner, I guess. And then, whoa, that was 177. Okay, here's 165. They're not in order. These are great. They're really thick and they're filled. Man, I remember my fifth grade teacher had one of these Superman family books. And when I lived in Tacoma, Washington, and I couldn't believe how great the stories were. I'd never seen Super Baby and all that kind of crazy shit. And so these are great older stories for the most part. Okay, so I'm missing Jimmy Olsen, I guess, 166. So Last Frontier, if you've got 166 of Jimmy Olsen presents the Superman family, that's something I need. Or Kevin, if you've got that. Wait, Kevin. Oh, he's still there. He's just a black screen because he must have put his phone down face front. Okay, so 167, 170.
That look better? Look.
That's fantastic.
Thanks, man. I think I'll add a little bit more after. I'll look at it for a while and figure out where I want it to be a little bit heavier.
Yeah. I would maybe not
What do you
really
think?
heavier on that, but maybe get some individual branches, highlights on
Okay.
a few branches here and there, and then. But I don't know that I would go more white on the tops. But that's up
Okay.
to you. Here's that's great. Yeah,
Thanks.
he's gonna be thrilled with that if he isn't already. 173, and here really Jimmy Olsen standing there, but there's no real. Yeah, this confused me for years, but I should have realized Superman Family wasn't a book that had been around for almost 200 issues. Um, yeah, these are all out of order. How did that happen? Here's 171. This is a great cover. Okay. 73. You don't look at books from time to time, you forget. I think I might have, I don't know where I got this. I think it's from a store in Fort Worth. That little dollar price tag. Look at that. Dollar is nothing for something that looks like that. Lois Lane being forced to marry Superman as a gnome for only $1. Can you imagine? I don't know what issue number that is because they put the price right over it. Okay, these are completely out of order. Okay, it's another copy of 164. So you've got this wonderful Kurt Schaffenberger art from the 60s or late 50s. I mean, it's all older stories, Superboy, Crypto. It's all the Supergirl story. And then there's one modern story at the beginning, which folded page there. But it's, it looks older, but you can see the long hair and everything. It's clearly 70s, but it's got to be Schaffenberger. And yeah, Schaffenberger trying to, see the hair. Oh, a red dot? Now, who knows who that could be? Hello. Hey, it's Mike from
Hello, how you
yesterday.
doing?
Pretty good. How are you doing? Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen you full on.
In my full glory. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Mike is you've been listening or watching for a couple of years, you were telling Kevin?
Oh yeah, a few years. Yeah.
How did you discover the show? Or do
Oh,
you remember? Just
oh
stumble
yeah,
on.
it's at least 3 or 4. What's that now?
Oh, I was wondering how you stumbled on the show.
Oh, just put a search for comic books on YouTube. There it was.
Oh, neat. So you're a longtime comic collector. We were talking to you yesterday, not on the show, but you've been you were born in the early 50s, so you were able to collect starting in the late 50s, the great period of the whole Silver Age, huh?
I'm getting a delay. Does anybody have an idea how I can fix this?
Is it an echo or a delay?
It's like a delay.
Uh,
Do you have any other? Hey, Mike,
Well,
this is Myron.
I
Nice
guess
to
you could
meet you.
call it an echo. Let's see.
Do you
well,
have any
you
other
might have
tabs
another
open?
window open. Do you have another like YouTube window
Hey,
open?
Meyer, how you doing?
Hey, buddy. Nice to meet you.
Default.
We don't hear the echo because you have your headphones
yeah.
on.
Oh, is that why? Oh gosh.
Yeah, but if you close, you got to close YouTube out and just have your StreamYard up.
Yes, don't have YouTube open.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
That,
had
that'll
that on.
that'll
That's why. That's why.
yeah,
Duh.
that happens to everybody the first time.
Well, you think you'd know that? Okay. All right. Okay.
How's that now?
That's fine. Thank you.
Cool.
Excellent.
So you were saying that you were able to shop at Cherokee Books in Los Angeles. I heard about Cherokee Books from Billy Mummy,
Yeah.
the kid from Lost in Space, wrote a
Right. I
song,
know who he
Cherokee
is. Yeah.
Books, about how wonderful it was to shop there in the mid '60s,
Could you
and I've
play
seen
that on your
pictures.
show one day? Did you get a strike for
I
that?
could. Well, I never got a strike. I've never gotten a strike. I've gotten some claims, which don't really do anything to you. They just make,
Yeah.
if you get a copyright claim, all it does is you can't ever monetize that and make money off that episode, and it won't let it be shown in places like Russia. They punish Russia, so they
I
can't
got
see
you.
it.
I
But
got you.
I might have, but I don't think I ever got. I don't know if I ever tried to play that song, but I've
I'd love
talked
to
about
hear
it.
that. Does he
Can't
reference
you play a
Bert at
little bit
all?
of it right now?
I could go downstairs and play it in a little bit. But
But
it's
I've got to leave shortly. But
oh
maybe someday you could play it. I'd love to hear it.
oh
Does he
yeah, yeah,
mention?
yeah.
Does he mention Bert?
No, he just wishes that he could go back to It's a
Oh, okay.
nostalgic song. How I wish I could go back to Cherokee Books, one more
Well,
time and all that.
I'll tell you. Before the price guide, I mean, that was our go-to reference. Was the Cherokee price list, you
Uh huh.
know, and they didn't list except the heavy hitters. They didn't list so stuff. It's just the heavy hitter superhero stuff and ECs, of course, because they've always had a big fan following all forever. You know,
Well,
which
tell
is
us
why
about the store. Was it in downtown Los Angeles?
it was in Hollywood, downtown Hollywood,
Hollywood.
on
Okay.
Hollywood Boulevard. And there was probably 5 or 6 of them right there. And if any of you know Malcolm Willits from Collector Books, he had a shop there. He
Uh-huh.
was heavily, like I told you, heavily invested in Disney. He thought they were going to the moon, but of course he was proven wrong. But his prices reflected that. I mean, I couldn't buy anything there. But of course, I
Uh-huh.
was used to pay 50 cents to a few dollars for books. And they started
Uh-huh.
creeping up to 10, $20. I had no interest, except for
Well,
that copy of All Select #1 I told you about. I think I bought it from Robert Bell. He wanted $80. This was after I got out of the Navy in the early 70s. I said, "Oh, I anguished for a week over buying that book. I couldn't believe I was going to pay $80, but I wish I
well,
had it now. All Select. It was a really nice copy, like VF Plus. But anyway,
what $80 in the '60s would be like
well, no,
probably
this was actually
$300 now. Or,
this is probably around 1973, 74. So
but
this was
even
early.
so, I mean, I
I
remember
had
it.
been in the Navy, and I was out of the Navy at that point. So
Well, I remember seeing Silver Surfer #1 for $5 about 1974. So everything's relative. I mean, the
well, in the
money
late
was
'60s, I tried to sell FF1 for $10 and couldn't get it.
really
Yeah, it was a news right off the newsstand. Never read. I mean, now I don't know. Do any
wow.
of you? You're probably not. None of you are old enough to remember the bagless era before we had bags. I think the first one I ever saw was Robert Bell. It was an imprinted bag. I
Hmm.
believe Robert Bell had them. I think they still pop up once in a while in collections. You'll see them.
Yeah,
But
I've got some Robert Bell bags.
yeah. So, but they were the first. Talk about slabbing. We didn't have bags before that. I mean, we used to try putting them in shrink wrap and what they used to call alligator bags, which are kind of like those bubble wrap. But we used all kinds of crazy things. But that was mostly for my Marvel and DC. I didn't do it to my golden age. I kept those in the Foot Lockers. So.
Yeah, yeah. My older brothers, they kept comics in my dad's old Foot Locker, but
Yeah,
they never got handed
perfect.
down to me. I think they got
That sucks.
probably tossed when we moved to Germany.
Yeah.
in '69.
Well,
So you're in the Navy, and
yeah. You say
you've been
Steve, are you talking about Charlton 66?
yeah,
Yes.
Charlton
Steve, was he
66
in
was
the
also in the
Navy? He was
Navy.
in the Navy too. I'll be darned. Yeah.
He was Navy,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
And then Meyer somehow was on the same. He wasn't Navy, but what was it, Meyer? You were on the same ship at some point near. What was the
Yeah.
story?
Yeah, that's right. We didn't know each other, but we were on the same. I was on the ship that he was stationed on for, I don't know, like 6 years or something like that.
Oh Lord.
A couple different times I was there on that same ship for training purposes. We worked with that ship.
What was his rate? What did he do, Steve? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think that he was in armory, I want to say. I think weapons systems for helicopters.
Well, if he did 6 years on a ship, and that's tough. Shipboard living is really tough. You know, that's why Navy boots next to the Marines is the most extreme boot camp there is. You know, outside of Special Forces, of course, but oh, geez. Yeah, I never set foot in a ship. I flew everywhere. So I always kind of wanted to go to sea, but I never made it.
Man,
But I was the youngest enlisted man in Southeast Asia. That's something. So people are always teasing me for that.
You were the youngest, you said?
I was the youngest. I went over there at 17. I spent my 18th birthday there.
Oh wow! How
Yeah.
do you have to get special permission to go in at 17?
Well, my mother had to sign for me back in those days. If your parents signed for you, you could go in early. But I was living on the streets in LA. I mean, I wasn't living on the streets. I had a home, of course. But I was doing all kinds of heavy duty, kind of things, drugs and whatever. And I figured if I didn't go into the military, I was going to die. So,
well, in Billy Mummy's song, he kind of references Cherokee Books was kind of in a rough area, kind of. He mentions.
Oh, no way. Heck no. I was a kid and I went there like every weekend I could. We had a ball there. Like I told you yesterday, we'd have squirt gun battles and all kinds of crazy things. You know?
Maybe he doesn't reference that it was gang, but like the freak hippie kind of thing.
Maybe in the crowd he moved with, that could have been, but it wasn't in my crowd.
But I think he was about 10.
Oh gosh, well no, I was a lot older than he was.
Well, in 1965, how old was he in 65 on Lost in Space? He was about a 10, 11-year-old kid.
10, 11 years, yeah, I was older than him then. Yeah. So
yeah,
I never ran into him.
Comic collector. Yeah, I mean, you might have not known it. He might have just been some kid that you didn't recognize in there looking.
No, I would have recognized him because I watched Lost in Space religiously, so I would have recognized him. Plus, he had been in something prior to that. I can't remember what it was, but
Twilight Zone and all kinds of stuff.
Maybe, but he was well known. He was often on television. So,
yeah,
man.
So, what was it like in the store? You're saying the owner was kind of a curmudgeon.
Well, no, yeah, well, he ruled the roost, man. I mean, he was a king of his domain. He had a little sanctorum that was maybe 10 by 12 room, stacked floor to ceiling with boxes. I mean, just grocery store boxes. We didn't have comic book boxes in those days. And boy, if he didn't like you, you were out the door. If you didn't even look right, you didn't even have to say anything. If you didn't look right, he'd kick you out. But for some reason, he liked me, so he always gave me a sweet deal. And I kicked my buddy out once or twice, but like I said, my buddy was a wise ass.
So how did he kick him out? Just to get the hell out of here?
Get the hell out of here, And of course, my buddy protested, and that made it even worse. So Bert just got crazy, man.
Well, what was he doing? What kind of things offended him?
Anything. It didn't take much. If he didn't like the way you looked, like I said, he'd kick you out. And that hurt because that was the place to go. And Hollywood was the epicenter of collecting in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And you didn't want to be banned from Cherokee Books because that's where all the great deals were. And like I said, if he liked you, he'd give you a sweet deal. He gave me a Superman 30 for $3. Really nice copy, I wanted that the first Mixes Pitalik, so I wanted that real bad. So, and I didn't have a lot of money. I mean, $3 was a princely sum, for a young, 13, 14 year old in those days, 15-year-old. There's a lot of money.
Well,
People
that's
don't
about.
realize.
Wouldn't that be about $30 in today's money, or what do you think?
Probably. I mean, my gosh, I can remember sitting the three guys trying to get together 35 cents for a gallon of gas so we could cruise the boulevards, in our buddy's car, because he was the only one old enough to try it. So yeah, money was tough. Like I told you about that. I wanted that big Frankie so bad in the early 60s when that came out. And I had all the 98-cent models, but that was like $3.98. That was a lot of money back then, $3.98 to spend on a toy,
Right.
But then later, I think the ones that came out in '93, the repops, I bought a half a dozen of them. I got a good deal on them. No, I'm buying them now, so at least I'll have them. They're still in New York, stored at my son's house.
So you got a lot of your collection in New York.
Not so much, mostly models.
Okay.
Model kits and stuff, a few things, big little books, radio premiums, that kind of thing. But yeah.
So you're about to move overseas, and you're
Thailand initially, and then from there, yeah. I'll do something. If I can't, I'll just store it away, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, what have I got? I wanted to show. I just had an avalanche here. Hope it was nothing good. I just wanted to show mine or something. I just happened to see these were up here last night. These got a bunch of Gene Autry lobby cards.
Oh, cool.
Originals. Yeah. Thought he'd get a kick out of that. I wish Steve was on. I'd like to talk to old Steve.
Well,
I always enjoyed him on Four Color Fossils.
Maybe someone could send him a message or a text message. And
he's retired. Doggone it, he's got time.
He's
like
retired.
me, he's retired.
He does work at a comic store a few days a week. I don't know what days he works. So.
Well, that's the one thing about Thailand. I don't think there's any. Now, in the Philippines, which is not that far away, there's a very active comic book community. But in Thailand, not so much so. Unless it's like manga or something like that. There's some people in the manga.
I've seen some Filipino comic books. There's some character, I think her name is Darna or something, that's like a Filipino Wonder Woman. There's all these TV series about her. I think so.
Well, like I said, there's an active community in the Philippines. Of course, it's a largely English speaking country after a style. I mean, they don't speak English the way we do, but they do speak English.
Yeah, and there are all those Filipino comics artists that came around. In the 70s.
Some great people.
For DC
wonderful
and
people.
Warren and everything.
Yeah.
So, what about the rest? That was you in the '60s collecting at Cherokee. What the rest of your comic collecting career? And not just comics, you collect all kinds of things, radio premiums and all kinds of.
Well, I was primarily focused on comics, and movie memorabilia. I did a lot in, but I don't know. It's just, it's like now I've been there, done that, and over so many years that the thrill is gone, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I still enjoy reading them once in a while. But I don't know. But I've had up to 60,000 books at one time. And I mean, I think back on that. My God, what did I do with all those books? Maybe I thought I was going to sell them or something. But I've moved around so many times. And as you all know, life takes over and things happen. I've lost so many books. But, those could always be replaced.
Well, 60,000. I'm trying to picture how many boxes that would be.
Well, I didn't have boxes for all of them. That would have cost me a fortune.
Yeah.
Even in what would that be? The circa 1990 prices. Now forget about it. My Lord, what are they? $10 or better a box for a long box?
Oh, are they?
I don't know. I haven't used a long box forever. I'm too old to lift them.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to switch over to short boxes. But
No, I'm in short boxes as far as it goes. I've only got probably 275 books now, but yeah, those were good times, boy, back in the '60s. We didn't know how
what year
good
were
we
you
had it
born?
though.
What year?
1952.
Oh, just The Strange Life was born that same year. So
Yeah, yeah. He and I are old timers, I guess, in this community. I don't know. Not that I've been a part of the community, but not actively anyway.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna head downstairs. Just realized I never switched my Wi-Fi when I came upstairs, so I've probably been shopping for the last hour.
Yeah, not that I've noticed.
Let's see. Um, do you still have that? What was the book you said you were real proud of?
All
All
select one.
Select.
I
Yeah.
wanted that book, but it had the Schomburg cover. I had seen it somewhere, and that Schomburg cover to me was just so awesome. I had to have that book. You know.
Do you still have that?
Oh gosh, no. Like I say, life and my many moves. I've lived all over the place. You know, so moves and divorce. You know, twice told tales. One auction house that ripped me off. They took a
Yeah.
good cut of those 60,000 bucks. But the idiot, he was picking up long boxes and selling them for $1. And I'm sitting there in the audience going like this, hey, stop. But he didn't listen. He kept selling them for $1 at the long box. Like, well, this guy's out of his mind. Then he wound up, what was left, he wound up stealing, taking them to Florida. And I don't know, at that point, I was over it. I got a super deal on those books. I mean, I paid pennies a piece for them. So a lot of great Bronze Age I'd like to have now, but oh well. Not so much silver, but a lot of bronze. But back then, bronze was nothing. You know, it was no big deal.
Yeah.
Because I had a buddy at 100 high-grade copies of Swamp Thing sitting around for years. You know, Swamp Thing #1. And you know, they weren't worth nothing back then. If I wanted one, I'd go and buy it for $1 from him. I don't know, but he's another guy some of you may have heard of, Richard Semovich in New York. He was a big dealer from like 1970 on. You know, he did a lot of business. Sharp guy, but I was never seriously a dealer. I sold a lot of stuff, primarily movie memorabilia, comic books. Did okay on eBay, but back in the '60s, boy, I couldn't give books away for love nor money.
Are you going to be able to stay on for a little bit? Because if you are, I could call Strange Life up and see if he could come on, because he's the same age as you. It might be interesting to hear a conversation between the two of you.
Yeah, see, with Chicago versus Los Angeles.
I think I could make a call. I'll just turn to a black.
Are you going to be on later? I've got to go out to the dentist. So.
You're going to. Oh, you got an appointment. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
What local horror hosts do you remember, like growing up with first? And tell us about like LA television.
Seymour was the most awesome horror host out of any I'd ever seen. Funnier than hell, man. He came on one night. He was playing House on Haunted Hill. You know the scene where the gal gets pushed into the acid vat?
Yes.
He goes, he comes back on, and in his segment, he goes, well, I'll tell you, those acid trips can be real bummers. I could not believe he said that. This is like in the late '60s. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that, because, a lot of people wouldn't have picked up on it, but of course I was in that scene at that time. So, but no, he was wild.
Question. Do you know about the Source family and the health food store there on the corner and everything in Hollywood? You know what I'm talking about? The
Yeah, I used to go in there and get Dr. Brown's celery tonic. If you believe that. I don't even know if they sell that anymore, but my buddy and I religiously would go there and get a bottle of Dr. Brown's celery tonic. Why, I don't know. We were kids and we were dumb, you know. Well, it was just a thing we got used to doing.
Did you get into underground comics?
Oh, hell yeah. I used to take a tab and then I'd read those and they'd be in color. They were great, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that was good for one thing. At least you could read your black and whites in color, but no.
How long did you stay in the Navy?
3 years. Then they wanted me to come stateside, and I wasn't going to come stateside, especially in Los Angeles. You know what I'm saying? It was natural. I'd been spit, and I was a medic. I was a Navy corpsman. Okay. And I never carried a gun in battle or anything like that. I was overseas in Vietnam and all that, but I never carried a gun. People spit at me and called me baby killer and all this. I didn't want to go back and face that again because, of course, I was high and tight and all that. They spot you a mile away because everybody in LA had long hair, at least younger people. So,
yeah,
I said, no, give me the early out. I'm not going to serve the rest of my enlistment stateside. So,
yeah, well,
it was a crazy time, I'll tell you. What a waste, because you go there now, and these people are supposedly fighting for communism. I mean, they are the biggest capitalists you ever want to meet, these Vietnamese. They don't give a damn. Like China went in and they wanted to get some volunteers from Vietnam to go to Russia and be fodder for the front lines with the Ukraine war. And he said, nah, we don't think so. That's not going to happen, man. So good for them.
Yeah. It's
I
so
say good
weird,
on them.
things, people fight, and then a few years
For
later,
what?
it's like I had a student come up to me and say, "Well, I'm going to Vietnam for Christmas." What the hell? Because
Well, it's strange to us because we remember,
yeah,
but
but he was, this was probably in the 2001,
yeah.
and he was just seventh grader, and it's just to me, can you go there for Christmas? What?
Oh yeah, Vietnam is pretty awesome. A lot of people go. I plan on going there. I want to
I
go
know,
to
but
Ho Chi Minh City. It used to be Saigon. Now it's Ho Chi Minh City, of course.
Right.
But I don't know how long. There a lot of people wanted to go back to Saigon.
Yeah,
They're not crazy about the communists. But 68,000 souls for what?
When I'm back in the world, I wish I was in Saigon. But when I'm in Saigon, I wish I was back in the world.
Is that a quote from someone or just from you?
Yeah, I think it's like a Apocalypse Now.
I don't. That movie was just too. I didn't like watching that. I didn't fight directly in combat, but I saw the results as a corpsman, and that was bad enough. I still remember one guy had his jaw shot off. Young Marine. He couldn't have been much older than I was. And I was maybe 18. He might have been 20. And the look in his eyes, he wasn't scared. He wasn't upset. He was pissed. He was so pissed. He was a Marine, of course. You could tell he wanted to be back with his buddies, shooting Charlie, killing Charlie. But that wasn't going to happen. I often think about what his life was like after that because, this oral surgeon and I worked for 4.5 hours wiring together what was left of his face. But he was never going to have a jaw. I don't care what kind of plastic surgery you have. You can't replace a jaw unless there's something I don't know about. But that was one of the worst. I don't know. I saw a lot of people who lost limbs and all that, but that was the one that upset me the most because I was directly involved. Yeah, I don't know. To this day, I have nightmares about that one. But we did what we could for the kid,
Yeah, my father was in Vietnam. He was a lot older. Because he was born in the late 20s. So
wow,
that would have 20.
Well, he was a lifetime. He was an officer, right? He was a lifer.
Yeah. Well, the day after he graduated college, he was drafted into the Korean War. And I thought he stayed in, but I think I've later found out he after the Korean War, I think he got out for a year or two. Then
Right.
maybe a year. He went back in, and then he retired in 1976 as a full colonel. So
Well,
yeah, he was.
that's pretty good. Be a full bird colonel. Was he Army?
Mhm.
That's good. Kudos to your dad. You know.
Yeah, he was in medical, running hospital kind of thing.
Well, that's I could have run into him if we'd been in Vietnam at the same time. I worked at the hospital in Taiwan, in Tim Mu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he was working in hospitals then. I'm not. Yeah, I wish he was still around. I could ask him these questions.
Yeah.
Man, he was airborne. Meyer was airborne also. Uh, um, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and I was a medic as well. I was an Army medic.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, that's what I was on that ship that we're talking about that Steve was on.
But you
I
were
was
Army?
on. Yeah, I was Army, and I
Okay.
was on that ship because it was a helicopter ship, and
Oh, I
I
got
was
you.
in an air cavalry unit. I was an airborne medic, so we would
Oh,
land on that
well,
ship.
thank
They
you
would
for your service.
service our helicopters. Yeah.
That's not always a great job if you're, at frontline combat. It's not always a great job, but
Yeah, it was the best job I ever had, honestly.
where did you serve in any combat?
I was in the first Gulf War.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, that's pretty hairy. Yeah.
Now, do you think that Kennedy was taken out because he didn't want to go into Vietnam full bore? Do you think
I
that?
wouldn't be surprised. That would be my guess, because the military-industrial complex being what it was in that time. Yeah, I could see. But there was a myriad of reasons they wanted to take him out.
Right.
They could have just been anti-Catholic. I mean, it was a big deal. He is a Catholic running for president. They'd never elected a Catholic before, so you wouldn't think so. Nowadays, people would think nothing of it. In those days, it was a big deal.
I just think that his assassination was tore our country apart, and it's maybe just now possibly being healed, and then the files are coming out, and then his nephew, getting major position, where it's just like almost just like my entire lifetime has been in this weird period of horrible stuff happening.
Well, outside of not long on the heels of Kennedy being assassinated, of course, we got the Beatles and the British invasion and all that. So It was neat. It was all fun and game. It was upbeat, lively. Yeah. But then all that hippie stuff took on a real dark turn.
Sure.
And as the 60s progressed, it got worse and worse, and until we got to where we are now, with the liberal nonsense and just insanity.
It's so weird that the hippies that would champion the underground comics and the stuff that was in those is now all politically correct. It's like, wait a second. How did you enjoy the National Lampoon and underground comics?
I loved it. I love the National
Lampoon. And now you're offended by everything because they went far.
This is terrible, but there was an issue of National Lampoon in the 70s. Well, I think it was the inside back cover. They had a picture of Eisenhower in a motorcade. He's sitting in some Lincoln Continental or something waving. And there was a caption that said, "Hi there, I'm still dead." And for some reason, that just cracked me the hell up. And which is terrible. We all love Dyke, of course. But for some reason, I thought that was funnier than hell. It was just so irreverent. And
right. That was probably Michael O'Donoghue.
Probably. This is the early 70s, maybe.
Right.
But National Lampoons, I always read that. That was awesome. Now,
what did you do for a career after you got out of the Navy?
Oh gosh, I was a salesman when videos first hit, VHS machines and beta machines. I was involved in that. Of course, I voted for beta. I thought that was going to be the dominant format. But no, it didn't work out. My kids had a trunk full of Disney films. It was all beta. So, oh, it's got to
The
be
beta
beta.
did look
Sony's
better.
behind it and all that. I thought it was better. It was more compact. I never understood how VHS
But was
can
it only an
dominate.
hour and a half as opposed to 2 hours? Is that why it maybe?
I don't know if that's the case or not. I never paid that much attention, to be honest with you.
Actually, I know the reason. What am I thinking? It was because the adult the adult
The
film
adult
started
film.
coming out at VHS, not beta, and then the adult film industry controls what
That's
format
true.
takes off.
Now, I also worked for the adult film industry for a while.
Oh, did you?
There was a company called VCX, and they had the rights to Deep Throat and The Devil and Miss Jones, which were two of the top money-making porno films in the day.
Yeah.
They brought me. I was selling mainstream titles along with VHS and Beta machines and CBs when they were big. I was selling those, wholesale. But
You were part of all the fads of the 70s.
I guess I was in that respect anyway. But they
Yeah.
brought me in to bring them more into the mainstream. I reached out to some friends of mine from some of the different manufacturers, distributors, and got a good deal on their product. And we sold that and made money, but it never worked. The company folded not too long. It was just, I don't know, it was very, very strange. They used to have a studio, not my company, but another company in the building I was in downtown Manhattan in Times Square back before they cleaned it up. It was a mess back then. Anyway, they actually made pornos in the building. And you see these girls. One time they actually visited our office for some reason. I don't know what the hell. I couldn't get over how small these women were. They were tiny, man. They were like 4'10", 4'11".
Oh, boy.
I mean, and dumber than a box of rocks. I mean,
Did you ever meet David Friedman?
No, I never did. Kinky Friedman?
No. Well, I know who. I mean, he's from
David
where I
Friedman,
live.
I don't know.
Friedman was the head of the adult film, whatever that's called, the industry.
The Academy?
but he's the guy that made with Herschel Gordon Lewis Blood Feast and 2000 Maniacs. He was a film
Oh, great
producer. for a while.
stuff. Oh, God,
He
Herschel.
was a producer of a lot of exploitation movies in the 60s, but then later he became of the all of that whole industry. I don't know.
I used to sell those. I used to sell a lot of his product, I'll tell you. The horror movies were always big. You could always sell no matter how bad it was, you could always sell a horror movie. That was a given. Other things, romantic comedies and whatever, might be tough, but horror movies were a cinch.
So after the video boom, what did you remain a salesman of different things?
No, I pretty much. I did that all through the 80s.
Oh, okay.
Then I went to work. I was an LPN in the VA system.
Oh, okay.
That's funny, dude. I was an LPN too. I was an LPN.
No kidding.
Also. That's funny, yeah.
Well, I wanted to be an RN, but then I was an English major, and in LA at that time, if you're an English major, you didn't have to take algebra or any advanced mathematics. So, of course, when I got to RN, you had to have not trigonometry, but algebra and statistics and all this stuff. Why I don't know, because back then even they were pre-measured. It's not like you had to mix the stuff up yourself, But
so they do that. Well, at least when I was in like maybe 10 years after you in the 80s and early 90s, you could take these CLEP tests. So you could skip ahead. Like you could skip an associate's to get to a bachelor's, and general ed, you could CLEP that general ed stuff. You could take like
no kidding.
Like a test. Yeah, you could take a
But could
battery
you-
on English, arithmetic, social science, whatever. It was all.
What about
CLEP
algebra and statistics? Was that part of the test or no? Because I couldn't have passed that.
Yeah,
anyway.
it was. You just had to study for it.
couldn't do
You had to cram,
not
and
for
you
the
didn't have
life
to
of
take
me.
the test. You didn't have to take the class. You just had to pass the test. That's how it was in the late 80s in the Army. Yeah.
Are we about time to go, honey?
15 minutes.
Okay, I got to go in 15 minutes. But anyway, no,
I'm still here.
yeah. Yeah, in any case, I gave up my dreams of being an RN, but would have been a piece of cake except for the mathematics. Now, if I'd known that, I probably would have learned in high school when you're better able to learn. You know, you're like a sponge, you pick stuff up. But I was, as an adult, you know, would have been more difficult. It finally took a class of young people. Uh-oh. Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I lost you somehow. Oh, there we are. Okay. Yeah, I took a class of young people to yell at me. I couldn't get it. And finally one day, a light bulb went on over my head. And I've kind of figured it out. You know, but it took a whole classroom of young kids to teach me algebra. Now, I still don't know it, but at least for that brief shining moment, I did. Well, yeah.
I'm finding pictures I'm going to show you here in a second. Hold on.
Hey, you guys want to look at this? Open this pack of Super 7 Godzilla cards that Kevin from Gotham City Comics sent me.
Sure.
Sure, yeah. Yo, hold on one second. I've got to. Let me come back, and I want to. Yeah, let's look at that.
Yeah, I can open these.
Is there any gum inside there?
What's that? Is there gum in here?
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
I dare you to eat it.
Pack I'm opening. I've never opened a pack of these. Really cool cover. I mean, the wrapper is cool. I like it. Looks neat.
It's like a Mylar, looks like.
It is. It's that reflective Mylar, and it's a nice image of the old, like, I don't know, what is that, a 70s Godzilla?
Yeah, pretty much.
In Japanese writing there at the top. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we got. Oh, these are cool. Okay, so they're are they all like this? Oh, they are.
Nice. That's nice.
Yeah, so they're reflective or Mylar.
Refractors, kind of like a refractor.
Yeah, Awato Island. Yeah, what is that called? Like maybe just reflective or something?
I think call it foil.
Is it foil? Okay.
Foil, yeah, that's a term.
Foil. So this is from Godzilla 55. Godzilla to the rescue.
Pretty neat.
From Son of Godzilla, 1967. These are nice cards. Ooh, we got a sticker.
That was a corny flick. Oh, cool.
Yeah, Son of Godzilla. I liked it just because of Minya. It was. Isn't this a clip movie? Isn't this mostly clips of other previous movies? Or am I thinking of a different one?
You might be thinking of it. I don't think it was. I think it was. Oh, you know, it was its own animal, so to speak. It was. I don't believe it was different clips. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I liked Baby Godzilla, which at the time we didn't know his name. Like, we didn't call him Minya. I think we just called him Son of Godzilla or Baby Godzilla in the 70s.
Well, I remember him smoking smoke rings. He'd blow smoke rings out of it.
Right.
Yeah, that was it. He tried so hard to make the freeze ray, and he would just blow smoke rings. I don't know who this is. This is a giant praying mantis. I don't know the name of this creature. It doesn't say on the back.
Yeah, I might have used to have known that, but it's long ago forgotten.
People of the inland island saved. This is Mothra.
Oh, I love Mothra. Mothra's great.
Yeah, how many cards you get in a pack?
Looks like.
Sorry, honey. Time to go. 5 minutes.
You get 5 cards and a sticker. You get 5 cards and 1 sticker.
I'm going to show you something real quick before you go. Look at this. Is that Cherokee books?
I'll be damned. That's him.
Yeah,
that's not Cherokee. That's downstairs. That must have been before they went upstairs. I'm thinking that's Cherokee, but it might not be. It looks like Bird as I remember him.
Not a bag or a board in sight. No bags.
No, we didn't have them back then. We didn't have boxes. We used grocery store boxes. You know, Apple boxes and stuff.
That's great. Wow.
Boy, you guys should have seen that. I mean, I don't remember seeing any pulps, but I would have loved to have bought some, you know, Doc Savage and Shadow pulps.
I would, looking at the way they're dressed, wouldn't you think that's about 64?
I'm thinking that skinny tie.
Yeah, that's what I was exactly. You know, it's
Yeah.
just like right before the Beatles, maybe. You know,
Well, I remember with Bert, the thing I remember about him, besides him being like a curmudgeon, he was always playing a recorder and playing it badly. You know,
oh
but
shit,
always was playing that stupid thing. So
man.
anyhow, guys, it's been an absolute pleasure and a joy talking to y'all. I have to
Yeah,
go to an appointment, but I hope we can get together again sometime.
Yeah,
absolutely.
man.
Yeah.
Good meeting you. Thanks for
Take
coming
care,
by.
guys.
Come by
Take
anytime.
care. Bye.
How do I get out of here?
You just hit the X. Okay, cool, man. That was a treat.
Yeah,
See, you
nice.
just got the one pack.
Fresh blood. Yes, just the one pack.
Fresh. Well,
Oh,
I was
you know
thinking it
what?
would
I
be
got
cool to
something
have
from
Strange Life
this
and
is
him on
this
at the
is one of the
second.
coolest things I've ever received in the mail. I got a card yesterday or the day before from John Goris, and in the card or and a letter, you know how he sends you a note and
Uh,
some stickers. He sent me this Bo Derek collector card. Look at how dope this is. And she says, "May the tooth fairy answer my dreams." That's what it says. And she's got her. Isn't this kind of Illuminati looking or something? She's got her two index fingers touching her two eye teeth, or what are those called? Isn't that interesting?
incisors. I don't know.
Incisors. It says,
I
"Here's
Making a
Bo,
photo.
card number 11 of 72," and it looks like it forms a poster puzzle. But isn't that
Did
this
you
yeah.
is
get
such a
your
nice card?
cover done by him
Yep.
yet?
What's that?
Did you get your cover yet?
No, but he said he mailed it, I think, yesterday or the day before. It should be here someday this week, probably
Oh,
on
that's
Thursday
gonna
or
be
Friday.
epic. That's gonna be great.
Isn't
Maybe,
this? There we
hopefully.
go.
That
So
seems
the
pretty quick.
so the one I sent you, no damage or anything.
No, it came perfect. Let's go look at. Hold on, I'll get it. Looks great.
Oh, I've got it. That's one thing I've got to get. It's not. I've got to get that Detective Comics from you too, Kevin. When I guess I get paid Wednesday night. Yeah, I forgot to take a good picture of it
It looks
before
so good.
before I sent it.
Oh, that's cool. The lettering. I don't know if I saw it with the lettering on there.
Yeah, let's take the bag off.
Yeah, I kept making little alterations. I
It
think
looks great.
I realized that no one could really tell it's Bohemian Grove, and Cleo mentioned that, and then Myers said, "Could you put something that says it's Bohemian Grove?" Because my wife didn't really pick up on the statue in the background so much. You really can't see the statue now that I realize it. I kind of
I like
obscured
that
it.
you. I like that you used a lot of reds that goes with the logo.
Yeah.
The colors
Well,
really pop. The lighting, you did a great job, Ken. I really like it. It's very cool, man. Yeah, I really like the light. You know, the all this.
is the real cover underneath it? I don't remember.
Yes.
That's the actual cover.
This is the actual cover and the first issue of Absolute Batman #1, but now it has a custom made brought to Orloff cover. And then on the back cover,
You know what? I didn't sign it. That's what pissed Strange Life off. You sent me paintings, you didn't sign them. I didn't sign that either.
no, you
I'm
didn't sign it. And I asked you to sign it, but you still didn't sign it.
God
So I thought,
damn
well,
it.
maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe he just wants to do like, I don't know, who
Oh, I
didn't sign their
forgot,
work?
I
Neil
forgot.
Adams did everything. Well, I mean, who didn't sign their work? Kirby,
Uh,
maybe? I don't know.
well,
It looks
if you
great. This
come
is awesome.
visit for this big World's Fair next year, bring it and I'll sign it.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's
this
not
is
the
really good,
You
man.
just
Did
have
you
an
do
auto
all this?
pen. Have an auto pen sign it.
yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Just do the auto pen. Everybody's doing it. It's in.
It's
Is this all
yeah,
with a brush,
but
or did you
Joe
use something
Biden,
like a
sign it, Joe
pen or
Biden.
anything? Is this all brush?
Yes, yeah, I used a brush, yeah.
It looks good, man.
But I
Tiny
almost
brush
messed
work.
up because I used the that Spider-Man 96 or whatever ad, but then I realized there's something wrong about this, and it was because they cleaned it up for they didn't have all the slobber and or blood or whatever coming out of his mouth and from his claws. In the Marvel comics, they kind of cleaned it up. So then I realized, oh, here's another ad that has light. So I put all that in. Yeah, it doesn't really lay flat. Maybe I don't know. There was so much water involved. Uh, I don't know. I don't know how most. I guess most people just do pen and ink on these covers. I don't know that people
People
paint.
use they use markers, the blending markers. You can blend them.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never experimented with blending markers. That's something I've never. I'd like to
Yeah, they're
play
pretty
around
cool.
with.
They're pretty cool. I forget what they call them. There's a certain brand of them that you want to get.
Maybe Prismacolor.
It
Prismacolor might
might,
be it.
yeah, it might be something like that. I forget.
I've always been told about gouache that I should experiment with gouache. Someone was telling me that you can make your stuff look like Basil Gogos if you use gouache. Some girl that was an artist said he probably used gouache, and I said, "Oh, I don't know where can I buy it? I'd like to."
Amazon. You can get it from Amazon.
And she says it's kind of like I think she said it's somewhere between watercolors and acrylic. It's kind of like
Yeah, I have some of it, and I've used it before. The thing about it is that it doesn't dry the same as acrylics dry, so you have to spray something or paint something over the top of it, like an acrylic coat, like a clear coat. You have to spray it with some clear coat. It's gooey. It's
oh,
soft. Yeah, it moves differently than acrylic paint. Is how I would describe it.
mm, well, that sounds. Well, I guess I could figure it out, but
You know who uses it and uses it exclusively is Jude. So Jude next door, my daughter-in-law, she paints with only gouache and she's really good at it. She uses it like I mean she's it's like a mixture between watercolor and acrylic
you know
is
what I
what I
just realized? If I had put Mod Podge, if I had painted Mod Podge over this, it would have given it a gloss, like a comic book glossy cover.
yeah, or yeah. But you might not want to you might the at the same time you don't necessarily I don't know that you would want to even add any more moisture to this. You know what I mean?
A lot of moisture went into that.
Yeah, yeah. So
So,
I don't know how this would react to a coating of goop. I'm not sure.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, if you people out there don't know what Mod Podge is, it's kind of this pasty stuff you get, and you paint over a painting, and then it gives it a glossy sheen. It's also used for people that put together puzzles, and then they want to keep it put together, and then they put Mod Podge over it, and it looks kind of like you're putting Elmer's glue over it, not quite as thick as that, but then it dries clear, and that's something I learned from Joe Riley. Um, so Mod Podge would give stuff kind of a liquid. Like you might put a little bit on the eyes of a monster model kit and make them look wet, and it's like he things like that, or if there's a pond in a Aurora model kit, there was like some water, like
They
well,
have
like
uh, they have clear coat that you can get in a spray for sketch
yeah.
covers. When you're done, you just clear coat it
Yeah,
with
I
the
have
spray.
that.
Oh, okay, there
That's
you
what I'm going
go.
to use on this sign that I just made for Steve. So I have a sealant that's a clear coat that's matte, so it's not shiny. So when it dries, it still it it'll still look very similar to how it looks now. It's not going to be glossy, but it will be sealed. So that way, this acrylic paint, like if I put water on it, it would smear because it's acrylic. Even after it dries, if you introduce some moisture to it, it could mess it up. So you want to seal it over the top with some a little bit of acrylic
That takes your breath
seal.
away when you see it. Would you put that down? You were holding it right above the word monster. Put it right down over the word moon. Gene Autry monster. No, no, put it down over the moon and just make it Gene Autry monster. I don't know.
You know, it does look good. Does it? It looks cool, huh?
I think that sign is amazing. You ought to do a whole series of them. Do an Archie one, a famous. Uh, well, I
Oh,
don't know.
thanks, man. Thank you. I have got more wood that's in similar sizes to this. I've got all different, but I have more signage. Let me go look. Hold on.
Well,
I know there's
if you had crates and put those in the front of comic, I mean, if you had a whole lot of a particular comic title, you could, or really, I think the thing to do would be to put a brand name like Dell Comics, and then
so
put it
this is
in front of the
all
box.
wood that I got from the same cut bin from work, and it's just almost all the same size. This is all off of different boats and used. This is all pieces of scrap. That most of this is from cabinetry and countertops inside of fishing boats and recreational cruisers.
Did you do that for a living for a while?
Yeah,
I never knew that. That's cool.
it's a nice one.
You've had a lot of
And then here's a big
careers.
one. Here's like a really big one. But I want to do a Tarzan one for sure for myself.
Yes.
But then I might do some other ones for some other people. You know, it might be fun to start doing these.
Yeah, well, it's especially good because it's a Western con. It's perfect for Gene Autry because of the wood. Uh,
Yeah, I think that it'll be good for a Tarzan thing too, because
yeah,
it will look kind of
anything that's yeah, that would be good for
like
that too.
something like a Jungle Comics type thing. Yeah, it would look good.
And Kevin has that Dell Comics cabinet uh, display case.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah, that something like signs like this could actually make it look more like it did, you know, or a paint job like this, you know. Uh, but really, like I don't know.
I got some more of those miniature products today. Hold on, I got a little can of Fresca. How cool is that? I love Fresca.
Yeah. Um, now
I put the
Fresca.
necklace on Moon Monster.
Oh, let's see. Man, I've got to get one. Oh yeah, that's the
It's
little
back over there.
that's the little pendant they used to advertise in the back of Warren magazines that said, "There you go." It's supposed to have dirt from Dracula's castle in it,
Yeah, it
which
does
is
have it.
actually Prince or no King Charles's family castle. He's actually related to Vlad the Impaler.
See, this will maybe it'll bring me good luck.
Yeah, that looks the same as the one that you sent us, right? I mean, ours is black. That's clear.
It's a
I think
lot smaller.
yeah, they don't give you much dirt, do they?
Oh, it's got the
It's
dirt
smaller.
inside of it. Okay, I see.
Yeah, that's. Did you open it to see if there's really dirt in it?
No, it's in there. It's clear. You can. That's what's making it that color.
Oh, it's clear. Oh, it's sand. Why is it so? Why is dirt?
No, it's brown dirt.
Oh, okay. Well, it would have been cool to have Strange Life in Charlton 66 there, because just a lot of be an interesting panel discussion. Maybe we can
Yeah.
figure out how to do that
It's a
sometime.
guarantee that the soil contained in the pendant came directly from the grounds of the Athenic Castle Dracula.
Yeah, well, and
Yeah.
who's going to prove it didn't? They can
Well,
guarantee it all they want.
this will hold up in a court of law.
Yeah, yeah. You're going to sue. How much? Well, how much did they charge for it?
Back then,
Yeah, on the ad.
I don't know. We'll have to look at an ad.
Yeah, I could probably find one pretty quickly.
Probably have one right here.
You have one down there. That's too early. That was a
Too early.
late 70s is when they had that ad. Around the time of Battlestar Galactica, kind of a bad time for famous
How about a
person.
Star Wars one?
That may still be a little too early by about a year or two, but I could be wrong. I think all the ads and that came out towards the end of the summer of '77. That issue. Um, the first, I think. Well, that might have been the first. I don't know if it was the one with they had three Star Wars covers in a row. One was R2D2 painted, and then there was a Tusken Raider close up, and there was that one with that may have been the third issue that had a Star Wars cover, and then they kind of forgot that it was a monster magazine, and it became a Star Wars magazine. Yeah, never
Imagine
had any
having
of those.
look at all these winners on this page.
What did they win? Apollo's here.
I believe I'm a winner. Hey, what's up, Paulo? You believe that I'm a winner. There ain't no doubt about that.
Is that a real song, or are you making that up?
No, I think that's an Aquabats song. Something
Oh,
like
okay.
that. Song by the Aquabats.
All right.
Well, it goes like this: look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm a winner. Yeah, that's it. Great song.
The Close Encounters, we're getting to the end of '77. That came out around Christmas time of '77. But I think that the Vampire Coffin Dirt ad was more like '79, maybe 1980.
That's what the guy that sent me that, he said he got it 79.
Yeah.
Said his dad got it for him.
I saw a little bit of that Hudson Brothers Saturday morning TV show you were talking about. I just thought the opening credits and a little bit of them singing a song. I was never aware of them.
Yeah, I was watching it. We watched every episode. I watched that whole thing.
I just
I
watched.
think that
Yeah.
I had an opportunity during this time, and we've talked about it before, where they went into reruns at halfway through the year or like at the beginning of the summer. Then I would watch the shows that I hadn't watched at at the beginning of the cartoon season.
Yeah,
Right?
but see, I was fanatically devoted to certain shows, and I would watch the reruns. So
Oh, okay.
I think that must have been it. And then I looked up Valley of the Dinosaurs, which I never watched, and that's jealously guarded by whoever. You can't see episodes of that on YouTube, but you can see the opening credits, which is surprisingly close to the origin of Land of the Lost, because they're in a raft and everything, and spiral down to the Valley of the Dinosaurs, and then saw the opening credits of Korg. They don't have. I think they have one episode that looks like it's from VHS on YouTube, but because I was curious about those other prehistoric shows that I think were all on the same year.
Yeah, I watched both of those shows. I watched all of Korg, and Arc 2 was real close to right around that same time as far as
I watched
live
Art
action
too.
shows go. Then there was another show I watched that was right around the same year. It was called Run Joe Run. This was a live action show about a German Shepherd that was escaping from like a military test lab or something like that.
Oh, that's something I would have enjoyed now. I don't know why I didn't watch it then.
It was a great show, Run Joe Run. And then there was a guy that was like, it was very, you know what it was? It was like The Fugitive, but with a dog, with Rin
There's-
Tin Tin. It was like a 26-minute show, live action.
uh,
And this dog, he's being pursued by a bad guy, and he's also being pursued by his former trainer or the guy that replaced his trainer. I can't remember the whole story, but and it was like, and there was another show that came after this called Here's Boomer. It was a prime time show, kind of on the same premise, but with a cute, like a Benji type dog, right?
mm. Well, that looks more like dirt and less like sand from a beach that's in the ad. And I don't know exactly how you would compute it, but I think $10 in 1979 money would probably be $35 in today's money. That was a lot of money. So
Yeah, it seems like a lot of money for. Well, look at how they're presenting it, though. It's like
Only
gold plated.
5,000 people can wear this. There's 3
but I don't.
billion people on the planet, and only 5,000 have this.
Wow, that's
Well,
some great copy right there. Whoever wrote that, that's funny. These guys were having fun.
So it's separating the haves and the have-nots. You have
well,
this or you don't have this.
at
Oldest
five
trick in the book.
thousand dollars
Oldest trick in the
times
book.
5,000 people times $10. That's the type of problem they should have in elementary school. You're trying to sell dirt from Dracula's castle. You are going to sell 5,000 for 9.95 each. How much money do you make?
Well, they're
It's almost
$100 now, so they've gone up 10 times.
what are they selling for now? $100? Really?
$100.
I wonder what people sell these Battlestar Galactica jackets for now. That would have gotten you horribly beaten if you'd worn that to school. Can you imagine
1
wearing a
gram of
Battlestar
soil
Galactica?
each in it.
Half the kids wouldn't even know what it was from. I don't think.
You know, you can get water from Loch Ness, from the Loch Ness lake too.
Oh, interesting.
Not in this magazine, but I forgot where I saw it. It was in the 80s. They offered that water from Loch Ness Lake.
How can you ever actually prove that it didn't just come out of someone's tap?
Because he went out there and he did it. He got
But
the barrel. He brought home barrels of it.
yeah,
Document. It's in the white papers.
You know what used to be like
Document.
the ads in Star and the New York Daily News were really good, right? That had this stuff in them.
yeah, it'll be ads
Look at
for
mine.
crystals and weird
Mine's
shit.
more full. This one is not as full. Mine's full to the top.
I know. Yeah,
You
that's
can't
weird.
open it either. It's sealed. It's not like you can open it.
Yeah.
It's packed in there. Well, I had to pack a gram in there, it says, so they had to make sure it was.
Wow.
Oh, they're limited to 3 to a customer.
Well, that's all
Oh,
hype.
why does it say 99? Oh, that was the special price. Originally, look at there were 17.95.
Well, I don't think they ever charged. I think that's the only ad they ran. They might have been. That's all bullshit. That's all hype. That's all
Yeah.
hucksterism. I don't know they ever were 17.95. But that's cool. It's a cool thing. And you have the necklace. Does the necklace look just like that and everything?
Yeah, it's the original
Yeah, right. Oh,
necklace.
it sure is. Yeah, that's it.
It's the
Well, I never
original.
thought I'd actually see one of those.
And
It's
you
the original
just found it
steelwear.
like on eBay. You found it online, huh?
No, there's a guy I buy masks from. He had it.
But don't you
Oh,
have to
okay.
return that one?
I have to return one of them. I don't know if it's this one or the other one.
Oh, you got a couple of them.
Well, he sent me 2, but I have to send one of them back because one of them's his childhood one that
How,
his dad actually bought him.
how how's he gonna know which one? Would he know from a
I guess
photograph?
we're gonna know because each one's serial numbered.
Oh, okay. All right.
I just gotta make sure I don't switch this COA up. I gotta keep this COA with this necklace.
Yeah. And he sent you certificates for both of them?
Well, I haven't gotten the other one yet. Once I get both
Oh,
of
you
them.
bought two, but
Oh no, I bought one.
oh, you bought one. Oh, but you're gonna swap it back for the other one. Okay.
No, he sent two, but one of them I have to send back.
Oh shit! I gotta plug this phone in. I
Oh, okay.
forgot.
So he accidentally sent two, or
No, he sent mine that I bought, but it
Mhm.
was the wrong one. It was his childhood one. So then he sent the other one.
Oh, he has more than two then.
No, he has two total. He was gonna keep one and sell me one, but he's gonna keep his childhood one. After he sent it, he realized, oh, I sent my childhood one. I'm gonna
Oh,
send this other one right away. Which I don't know which one's which. I don't know if he sent this one priority so it'd come quicker.
oh, okay. He sent that one hoping you would send, or knowing that you would send the original one, first one back. Okay.
Send one of them back. I just need to figure out which one it is.
Well, that's sentimental value. His dad gave it to him. That's a cool dad, I guess, that buys stuff like that. I never even thought about getting that from the ad. Um $10 in 1979. There's a lot of stuff I could get with that.
Yeah, you could have got a mask or something out of there.
Oh, I'm seeing on TV. Hold on. I think I'm half an hour in the past, but I'm seeing a capsule come down. So I guess Elon Musk has rescued those astronauts that were up there for 8 months. But they're supposed to be, well, I guess they're saved, or they were saved half an hour ago.
How you guys doing?
They were supposed to be up there in 8 days, man. It's ridiculous.
Cool.
That's
Yeah, I
fantastic.
heard that there was a. I saw something that I think it was in the Onion or Babylon Bee or whatever. It said that a federal judge was blocking the astronauts being rescued.
That's hilarious.
It is.
It
It was
wouldn't be
funny
the
headline.
end.
It said the headline read something like "Federal Judge working overnight to block the rescue of stranded astronauts" or something like that. It was funny, man. It was a funny headline.
Well,
Did
the
you see that
Onion
one of
piece
them
on
at the space station put on an alien mask to greet him?
I saw that. That was cool. He came out of the through the airlock with the alien mask on.
No, he
Yeah.
should have had a Planet of the Apes mask on. That would have been hilarious.
He had like a gray alien mask on.
Like a full suit gorilla with a rifle.
I mean, that would have been scary if you would have answered the door and there's an alien there.
Man, this is just spectacular. Now, if he can end that Ukraine war, it's going to be a.
I gotta make a copy of that ad to display with the necklace.
Yeah.
Make a
Um,
post. Is it cool if I take photos? Go for it.
how many people ask? I would ask to do that if I came in that store.
I'd say like 10% ask and 90% don't.
Well, I mean, you mean of the people that take pictures or of the
Yeah.
customers? Yeah.
No, the picture.
Yeah. Do you have any Superman family comics?
Let's go look.
See, I would, it's so, it took me forever to figure out those were actually Jimmy
Oh, look,
Olsen.
I went right to it.
Damn it.
Just went right to it without even flipping through them.
I think when I went to Dollar Comics, they were all new stories though, and new. Ooh, there's an older one. Okay, hold on. Let's see. How much is that?
173, 199, 204. I only have 3 copies.
Well, pull them out so we can see the covers, if you don't mind.
799 for number 173. Oh, it has
Okay.
Crypto, the Super Dog.
Let me. What is the number on it?
173. That's my oldest one.
Uh, August is pointing out what I was telling you yesterday. He said that mask that you showed looks like David McCallum from Outer Limits. Yeah. Let me go upstairs and see if I have that issue. Because I does anyone remember if I showed that one? And how much is the next one?
The next one is 499.
Okay. Yeah,
That
that
one's
looks
number
like one.
one.
I think I don't think I have. Uh, ooh, that's great with witches. Yeah, I think I would need all three. But let me run upstairs and check on what was it? 170 what? 3?
170, no, 174, 199, and 204. You have to go back up to the 13th floor.
Yes.
Are you taking the elevator? No, you're walking.
How- Oh, look. Um, you can't see. Hey there. How you doing? This is the cat that's skittish. How you doing there? Hey there. Um, there's a song from the '60s where this guy's walking with his girlfriend, and she just keeps prattling on, and he
That
goes,
cat would be like that Pinky the cat if you tried grabbing her.
"No." He, he comes. She comes and cuddles up with us at night, but she's just scared. She'll come around.
Have you guys ever seen that video before? That Pinky the cat?
The one that you sent me this morning, yes, I
Yeah.
have seen that. It's horrifying. He said, "This is a wonderful cat you can adopt from our shelter." Then the thing
He was the pet. He was the
goes
pet of the
nuts
week.
and attacks him.
I had never
Huh?
seen it before. I thought it was hilarious. I hadn't seen that. It was great.
Meyer was right though. The real hero is the camera guy that just got the whole thing, and he didn't even try to help the guy.
You're right. That's what I was
You're
saying.
right.
That was a total win. That cameraman was a complete pro. He kept everything that was happening in frame the entire time. He didn't even waver when it clearly looked like the guy needed help, but no one was there to help him. That female wasn't going to help him. He was just stuck, and the
Do you think
cameraman
it
That
was
was
on
lady
a
made it.
tripod?
Yeah,
That lady made
Was
it worse by trying to put the box on the cat.
yeah. But yeah, that cameraman was a pro. He was the real hero of that video.
it's 174? You said.
Let me go back.
Sorry, my mind is gone. It's been gone.
173.
Oh, 17. This one here. That's
Yeah.
what it is. Yeah. Hold
There
on.
I
Let
have
me
it.
look at my condition here. Um, this one's is the house. What's the condition of that? Mine's pretty beat.
This one's kind of beaten. It's a little faded. It looks like
Let me see here.
the red doesn't look as red as it should right here.
Yeah, but it's not red. See, look, it's supposed to shit. That's supposed to be orange. See.
Yeah, yours is better. Yours is brighter.
Yeah. Well, let me get that. Those all three of those, even if it's faded. because I'm insane. Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. Wait a second. That was like $7.99. Maybe
$8.
just get. Huh?
It's $8.
Yeah. Let me just get the other two then. That's a little too insane.
The
Hey,
other
this
two are
thing,
5.
this thing
Five.
that Bo Derek is doing, this is really like the Blair Witch type stuff. This reminds me of like a witchy thing, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah. You know, I just never really found her attractive. I know that sounds weird. What happened? What? Oh, I was
Oh, I
thinking
just
where.
set it back down. That was it. I just wanted to
I
point
was
that. I was
thinking,
looking
how
at it
did
on the
she turn
table
into a Star
and I
Trek doll?
realized it looks like she's giving me a hex. Like she's looking me right in the eye and doing that thing with her finger.
You know, I think that she's like a Trump supporter. I think,
Did you
but
guys look at the numbers? See if you needed
huh?
these. Do you need these
Look,
two?
oh, 204 and 199. I was just assuming I do. I guess I ought to look. They looked alien to me, like I didn't have them, so I just assumed. Let me check. You're right. I could have.
When you forget everything, every day's Christmas.
That's right. One.
You just have to open a box, and every day's like unboxing.
Right. I know it. I know it. 199 and what?
204. Your wife can just wrap up stuff that you already have and give it to you for Christmas.
That's great. Yeah, that's true. Uh, okay, let's take a look. What would I got here? It's 194. 195. Thing about the ones from this time period, the dollar comics made a big deal out of. We have all new stories, and it's like, well, but I like the old stories. I don't. But the new stories. Look at this two-page spread. This looks like it would have been the greatest movie ever. This beautiful poster, John Belushi, the music. I mean it, but it was just not a funny comedy because okay, that's 200. We're getting there.
You didn't have 199.
I'm not there. Oh, I guess not. Yeah, let's see here. 190. I guess this white cat's just hanging out up here in the attic. I was wondering where he's been all day. 195, then 200. No, I don't have either. And that must have been about the time that the comic ended because then
Oh
I,
no,
I go to Lois
199 and
Lane.
204. 204.
Oh, 204. Yeah, my last one's 200. So I need both of those.
Okay.
Yeah.
This one's. I like this witch on this cover. Look at this witch.
Hold on. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's why I said I don't think I have it. I don't remember a witch cover. Hold on. What are these humans saying here? Library 88. Love those Superman family. The Enchantress issue is awesome. Both Marvel and DC had a character called the Enchantress. One of those Superman family issues had the one where kryptonite meteors flew into the sun, so Superman lost his powers whenever the sunlight in the daytime. Okay, cool. Yeah,
Look at this laminated Elvira poster.
yeah. That customer, you need to tell him to make more of those. Yeah, he had a customer that made that for him.
Made
Who's
this
still,
too.
yeah. Those are the type customers you want to encourage. That's good.
I suggested it the lamination. I was kind of joking with them.
He clearly works in a place where he can do that for free. So, oh my gosh.
I still need to find this book. Do you have your copy with you?
They're downstairs. I'll go grab them, show them to you. What's did you hear about them somewhere? What did you
Yeah, there's this Meyer knows her. It's this video store girl. She was talking about it. What's her
what
name,
on
Meyer?
YouTube?
Yeah, Meyer. Do you remember her name?
From what? What girl?
She, she makes it look like a video store in her basement. She talks about movies.
Um, I can't remember. Is she a girl that does the reaction videos to movies?
No, she's just down in what looks like an old video store in the basement, and then she talks about old movies and some newer movies, maybe sometimes too.
I can't
Yeah, you
remember.
just send me a link to that. I know there are
Yeah,
various
she's great.
people on you.
I
Huh?
know Meyer liked her. I sent him the video, and he watched it and liked her.
Yeah, I
Well,
can't remember. I'm sure I subbed to her too. If I liked it, I subbed, but I can't remember the name.
Yeah, she doesn't have
yes,
that many subs. She's only like 4 or 5,000.
that's a lot to me. Yeah, send me a link. I'd like to see that. There's more than a few people that make their basements look like video stores. You
Oh
know,
yeah,
it's
I'm sure it's a common thing.
and Red Letter Media does that. You know, they do their whole show like they're in a video store or a VCR repair shop. Um, yeah, Michael Weldon stayed with my friend Tom in his. He stayed at his mom's house when he came to Dallas for a convention. I guess that was about 1985. Michael Weldon is the guy behind Psychotronic. Let me see where these books are. Oh boy. Oh
Right now, I'm erasing. I'm using this eraser to erase pencil lines that are still on this sign right now,
yeah.
and this is the most nerve wracking and unsatisfying portion of the creation of this piece right here. Just nerve
Yeah.
wracking. Yeah, it really is. I don't like this. The painting was fine. Erasing the little bit of pencil marks is annoying to me, but I got to do it.
Okay,
And
here's the
sometimes they
books.
come off easy, and other ones aren't coming off. And I'm trying not to smear any paint. You know what I mean? It's like more nerve wracking.
Well, yeah, I don't think would you tear paint? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm trying not to get the eraser, and I'm using this really fine eraser. See this? It has an edge to it.
Hold on. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom.
All right, you guys can see me in a little box. So I'm erasing like the pencil lines in here, and it's a little bit hard and nerve wracking some spots, like between this U and this T. I don't want to catch any of that yellow paint with the eraser and then smudge it. Like there's a line pencil underneath where I wrote comics. I just drew a line in pencil. I'm having a hard time getting rid of that line. It's frustrating me.
So the story behind Cast Psychotronic, the video guides. It, Castle of Frankenstein in the 60s and 70s, the magazine had a section in the back where they had these little capsule reviews of different horror movies and foreign movies and things. And he was inspired by that, and he did a little fanzine, digest, fanzine folded over 8.5 by 10, whatever, 11 sheet of paper. And And then he got a book deal where he put together a lot of his reviews. And the again, I still don't know where my tripod is, so I'm just gonna the this is what came out in the mid 80s. So this is what you would go to when Commander USA on the USA Network, it was weird. We were talking about Commander USA the other day, and I found out he died in 2018 on the day before St. Patrick's Day. So it's like the day I was talking about Commander USA was the anniversary of his passing. But anyway,
Wow, isn't that funny?
all these weird movies would show up. Oh, especially in Dallas, because there was a channel 21, or was it 27, UHF station was taken over. What was a new UHF station that came on the air in the mid 80s, and there was a guy named Mark Lamberti that was the program director, and he loved old movies, and he was a movie collector, and he had a lot of prints of old movies, and he ran all kinds of horror movies. Anyway, so if there's a movie you don't know what it was, you look it up in this, and they're all little short reviews like of movies. Tells you the producer, the directors, gives you all the credits. Like here's one of Just for the Hell of It, which is the Herschel Gordon Lewis movie. So it says
That's the
violence and
first volume you're
vandalism.
showing right there.
Huh? This is
That's
the
the first
first one.
volume.
And there's
That's
the
not the
second
cover that
one.
I see.
Huh?
That's not the cover that I see when I look that book up.
It is or isn't?
It isn't.
Oh, well, this is the first one. The next one I'll show you is probably the one you're definitely the one you're seeing. And he'd have photographs, and a lot of times he'd have the ad mats. And there would be like here's a little picture from Daughters of Darkness. So a review of Dark Star, 1972. An impressive accomplishment that started as a USC project shot in 16 millimeter and running about around 45 minutes. Jack H. Harris put up additional funds, so the original footage was blown up to 35 millimeter and 43 minutes were added. The whole thing cost about $60,000. It received a limited theatrical release in 75 and has since become a midnight and college favorite. Young spacemen fight boredom while on a protracted mission to destroy unstable suns. Except for a purposely laughable beach ball alien, the special effects are excellent. Co-script writer Dan O'Bannon also stars as Pinback. He later wrote Alien, a somewhat similar film but without Dark Star's comedy. Carpenter went on to demonstrate his directorial skill in Assault on Project 13 and Halloween. A soundtrack album is available. So that's like the typical review. Um, There's a review of The Big Bus. Myra and I were talking about that movie not long ago. Before Airplane, we got this less popular disaster film parody about a giant nuclear powered bus containing a swimming pool and a bowling alley. The cast includes Joseph Bologna, Stockard Channing, John Beck, Jose Ferrer, Larry Hagman, Sally Kellerman, Ruth Gordon, Lynn Redgrave, and Vic Tayback. That's all he says about that. But I just poured over this in much the way that when I first got my first Overstreet price guide. Oh, I've got to get that price guide from you. That I forgot about the. Here's the ad for "I drink your blood, I eat your skin." But anyway, this came out about 85. The second one he put out. Now this is not the same thing. It's not just a revised edition where he adds a few things. This is completely new. Every movie in this is not in the other one. It's all
That's the one.
100%
That's
new.
the one that you can buy. That's the one that you can
I'll
still
be
buy.
right back. I gotta take
It's
a phone call, but I'll be right back. Okay.
sure. And well,
Should I not
is it
get that
still in
one?
print, like from Amazon? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I saw them on eBay for like $30.
Okay. And originally uh it was 30. It was 29.95 when it came out. So they're not raising the price. Um yeah, there's tons of this one has It doesn't tell you. The other one says over 3,000 of the wildest movies ever made, hundreds of rare
So they're all different
illustrations.
movies in each one. There's different movies. It doesn't overlap at all.
No, there's no overlap. You kind of have to get both, unfortunately.
Yeah.
There's a review from Quentin Tarantino on the back. The Psychotronic Encyclopedia is the most dogged, worn out book in my library. Thank God Michael has come out with a new one. This was really important because in this time period is when all the video stores, so were around, and there was Blockbuster, but then there were all these mom and pop stores, and they get these weird movies you'd never heard of before, and you'd look them up in the that would be the first place you'd go, is to look it up in the Psychotronic Encyclopedia of Film to uh, find out about it. And later, Michael Weldon he did a magazine that lasted for a few years that was just like this, and did interviews with different celebrities. And then he had a store called Psychotronic in New York. Um, and I don't know what he's been up to
There's a
lately.
Screen wallet and a Frankenstein wallet in there. Oh, you're looking at? So. Yeah. Can you take a look at that? Let me grab it.
Hybrid Yates says, "Nice painting, Meyer." Of course, Meyer's not here right now. Oh, yes, he is too. Yeah, getting rid of the pencil lines can be a fussy task. There's a movie called The Psychotronic Man. That's where he got the name. But no, the name Psychotronic just means these kind of movies. So, how about that?
So that one you done? This one's in the bag. If you buy it, we're gonna put a new one in the bag. That all one? Okay, I'll leave one out. Thank you. I got masks too. Smell like vanilla too. Oh yeah, these are from Fun World, the company that originally made them.
6 o'clock.
Okay, this is your store?
You like the wallet? How about you? You want the wallet? No?
You really think this is not
You want that?
just a Trump strip Secret Service protection for Biden's children? Actually, agents.
You want that one? Put it right here so nobody can see it.
And others use their Secret Service as well.
I've been on the verge of being sick for a while, but haven't quite gone over the edge. But
This while Hunter Biden was in South Africa.
my voice is this close to RFK Jr. territory.
They don't really do that. The average. I don't think that's significant that Trump did that while he was.
I'm guessing that first volume's probably more expensive now.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
surprised they
maybe
haven't made one with both in one.
if you, both in one, that would be really thick. That would you get into omnibus territory there, like you're like a giant Bible or something. Uh, well, but also all of his magazines, he would do the reviews in the magazine, book movies that aren't in the books. So really, you're going to ultimately want to get all the magazines, And then you're going to realize you want to get all the old Castle of Frankensteins because they were great. And by the way, is there any word on the new Castle of Frankenstein?
I haven't seen it coming up. But there is a facsimile I'm getting. It's called, have you ever heard of something called Red Band Comics?
No. Well, I don't know. What? Tell me about it.
I don't know. It's like a Golden Age title called Red Band Comics.
Oh, uh, yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard of it, but
That one too?
yeah.
What is Hunter do now? Is he going to stay in South Africa for the rest of his luxurious vacation as a broke man with no security? You think he's calling Dad right now, looking for a favor?
When you think about these Golden Age comics, you'd have to be to have been a kid when these comics came out. You'd have to be pushing 100. You know, the comics that came out in World War II. If you were 10 when that during World War II and buying those comics, well, you'd be 90. And if you were 10 years old, reading Flash Gordon in the Sunday papers and seeing Buster Crabbe in the movies, Universal movie serial, you'd be 100 now. So, you know, just it makes you realize these the older. The older stuff, it's like it's not really many people that remember it. I mean, there's some, but
Oh, Trump doesn't do interviews? Actually, Trump's doing an interview tonight. There will be an interview tonight, Laura Ingraham.
oh, Laura Ingram's interviewing Trump tonight.
Trump doesn't do interviews, but Biden does. Remember, I'm sure that articles show it's like Trump took 1,000 questions his first week in office. Biden took like 100 or something.
Oh my gosh! Well,
Trump plays 18 holes of golf regularly.
oh boy.
But I bet you Anna Navarro couldn't play 18 holes of golf. I bet on that. I bet she couldn't even reach down to pick up a ball without falling over. Remember they tried to put
Something's happening in another square rectangle. It's a soft drink can.
What happened? He fell over. They put the big.
I thought I saw something move.
What happened? He fell over. Oh yeah, but it's elder abuse because Trump is older. These people are just ridiculous. But what do you expect? What do you expect?
Oh, nothing moving there.
These are Virginia professors encouraging the destruction of America. Now, I've gone a little long here, but listen to this. This is.
Man, see the little cat there keeps popping up. He's wanting to become close, but she is shy.
Listen to this in clip 7.
No.
If you grab the gun like
Come here.
you're no longer.
Oh, no. See, she's coming. Look at this. Yeah, don't be scared of me. You know I'm not gonna hurt you. Come on over here. Her name's Callie.
You know, as a revolutionary tool, as sometimes a revolutionary essential. We actually
She's warming up.
Which has
I got the pet. See, look at this. Kelly is starting to warm up. Of course, I'll probably get my fingers slashed open, but Kelly, don't be scared of me. I'm harmless. Drew is getting jealous, though. What you doing petting that goddamn cat?
Right, and we need to dig in and go harder. I think putting our bodies on the line sometimes to protect those.
I want you to pet me, but I'm terrified of you.
So we should be
It's okay.
not students.
You feed me, but you're still scary looking with your fat gut and your jowls and your stupid comic book collection. I love you, but I hate you. Why did my master have to be a member of the comic book community? But I'm not a member of the comic book community. Yes, but you're still a weird nerd. Oh my gosh. Um, Second one, Kali. Well, everyone thinks it's Kali. Like, what is that? The goddess of destruction? No, it's actually Callie. I was about to say capital. That's the teacher in me. Capital C. Like you don't know that a name starts with a capital letter. Callie. No. If Cleo had named the cat after Goddess of Destruction, I might have objected. That may be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Uh, Drusilla not stoked. Yeah. Kali is a lovely, sweet fur person. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Drew's getting over it. You know, they're all gonna be uh, hanging out together soon. Pretty soon, it's all gonna be fine. I hear a noise. That seems to be coming from California. That noise.
Put my cat on screen too. This is my cat Garfield.
I tried to convince Cleo that we need to get that. She was that enthused. She's a big fan of Garfield. That's like a bootleg Garfield. I thought it was hilarious. She was. I could. I couldn't
Yeah,
go
he
enough.
looks like a really messed up. That's why I call him Garfield. He looks just like a messed up Garfield, like a Chinese Garfield
Yeah,
knockoff.
I always like. I've got a whole couple of books of just nothing but bootleg toys put out by Plaid Stallions. Uh, I always thought bootlegs were great. Um, Damn.
That little kitten is warming up, huh?
Yeah. Kind of, sort of. Yeah. Just they come up and slash Cleo's feet in the middle of the night. But I tell her, put blankets over your feet. You know, I've got this big, heavy blanket that my older brother brought back from Korea. That nobody's gonna slash me in the middle of the night. Uh, but they're up on the bed, and Cleo. I mean, not Cleo. The dog Drew is not on the bed. We used to have Drew in the bed. We want the dog in the bed, but the dog has got PTSD, possibly from the two little kids that owned her when she was a puppy. I think they must have been abusive or something. But in the middle, if she's sleeping next to you and she gets startled awake, she might just like rah, 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 before she realizes, oh, you're my master, you might get your toe bitten. And when it's in the middle of the night and you're asleep and you're awakened by your toe being bitten. So it got to the point where we kind of had to have Drew sleep on, her own bed, which is heartbreaking because Daisy, my old beagle, who passed away, she was perfectly cool. She'd wake up and no problem. But so now when Drew sits next to me on the couch and I'm about to get up, I say, Drew, I'm about to get up, and then she kind of looks over. I have to talk with her first because if she's asleep and I get up, there's gonna be some growling. So you just gotta realize these little kittens don't have, I don't think, a lot of trauma that I know of. I mean, they were on a farm, they were fed, but they were outside through some brutal weather. So I think they're appreciative of being in a place that's warm. I, don't know. That really makes me laugh. gosh. That music, I didn't even know what it was, but it probably just got me a copyright claim. Thank you, Alex Jones. It's horrible. You get a copyright claim for music you don't even like. You know, I had to, but YouTube lets you take the song out, but keep your voice. Like this morning, I did a little quick video of the Cats, and Sunny Boy 66 put up a new album of Halloween records, and one of them's the stupid song "I'm a Mummy," and for some reason that's it got a copyright claim, and so I had to excise that song. Uh, yeah. Oh, Metarog's on live. What is in our comic book boxes this week? Let's see who's on that show. It's I can't even see. Man, my vision. It's Metarog. He's got I can't read what that says. I see the guy at the bottom is the psychotronic squirt gun guy, and the guy above him is cheap comic collector. They're the ones that do the claim sales. I think they do auctions now. And the other guy, I don't know who those other guys are. Anyway, let's see what they're showing.
I think it's next in line. All right.
All right. Other box I got in this week so far. I got the 1990s handbook.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Never seen that before.
Thank God you've never seen it.
I think I have the 70s one. They did like a 70s one, an 80s one.
And then 90s too. I didn't know they went to the 90s.
I would have thought that was too new, but I guess they didn't.
Yes.
Incredible Hulk 366.
Leader.
364.
See, these are all books I'm not interested in. I don't like that Gray Hulk period.
Nice.
Was that the 90s? What period is this, Risha?
143.
I grew up on that Defenders. Let's see, keep them going there.
I think some of these guys must be younger. They grew up on that Defenders.
105.
Oh, nice. Same keep covered. That's a cool.
Yeah, see, I can't really relate to it. Just it's not that it's nothing. It's just that's their time period, I guess. I don't know. I just can't look at 1990 stuff too long. It's disturbs me. It's just I like my time period. All other time periods must be destroyed. The hell are these cats doing, man?
Yeah, I'd rather watch girls make sandwiches than that. But, yeah,
Girls make sandwiches.
Yeah, there's a whole genre of girls making sandwiches. You could just watch that.
Did you see that guy from Sweden's? Did you watch that video? His what do you call it? Man cave.
Oh no, I haven't watched it yet. I didn't click the link yet. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I skipped past it. I got to go back and watch it.
What was the name of the guy? I forgot. Let me look him up. I can't
Yeah, I
remember.
can't look at it now because I'm on the phone. Because I'm on my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm on television with my phone. We're on TV. You know that, Ken? Did you know that you have a TV show? You're the host of your own show. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, I was watching some interviews with Kenneth Anger. That guy is, you know who that is, right?
Yeah, I remember the name. I don't remember the face offhand.
Well, I never really knew what his face looked like, but he looks like if Marlon Brando was always frowning. I don't know. He's a strange guy. His movies are beautifully made, but they're all satanic. They're all about Lucifer and horrible stuff. But they're all these Yeah, he's got Mick Jagger doing music for one, Bobby Beausoleil who was part of the Manson group doing music for another one. You know, it's like all this. You know, he's one of these people that thinks uh, Aleister Crowley is all, you know, which I always pronounce Crowley, but these people into him say Crowley, so I guess they know how to pronounce his name. But man, what was that guy's shit? Let me see here. I'll look at it back in my history. Um,
You know that mask, that masks that Kevin sent us, the devil mask, looks a lot like Anton LaVey.
yeah, I know it's. I think he said it because he was horrified by it.
It
uh,
looks, yeah, it looks like Anton LaVey.
yeah, Cleo put that mask on, and that was traumatizing to see her with that on. Um, let me see here. There's some State Farm commercial that's got Batman and the Joker in it, and everybody's. I noticed this today is talking about how good the Joker looks in this commercial. That he looks more like the comic book Joker than any depiction ever. Uh, I don't know what the deal is with all that, but it's if you type in State Farm Joker, it's something that's happening right now. I guess it's some commercial that I think that maybe was made for the Super Bowl but got delayed, and every people seem to be all magog about it. You know, like if this is the Joker that they put in whatever new James Gunn Batman movie might be coming up, then everyone would be thrilled. But let's see here. Uh, there's a Japanese movie I just discovered that I want. I asked Cleo for my birthday. I want this movie. It's apparently a '60s movie, but I've never heard of it in my entire life. Well, I found someone's got Modesty Blaze and Way Way Out, the Jerry Lewis movie, the whole movie on YouTube. Uh,
Way out.
um,
Elkie Summer, right? She's in there, and I think is
no.
it Dick Shawn? Is Dick Shawn the
Yeah,
Russian?
that movie used to be on TV all the time, and then it just and Gay Paris, the cartoon, was always on TV, and The Incredible Mr. Limpet, and then these movies just kind of disappear. Uh, it's weird how movies just disappear. Okay, there's a movie called Black Tight Killers that came out in the '60s that looks almost like it's just got everything you love about the '60s, and somehow I guess it was never brought to the States. And I guess Night Flight, if you subscribe to the Night Flight network, they have it, but on Blu-ray it's like a $40 disc. Um, but let's see if I can show the trailer without getting a copyright problem. But it looks pretty amazing. Okay, hold on.
Italy's サービスするって。彼女を誘拐したのも貴様なのか？そうよ。 What? 彼女が誘拐されたのは俺が犯人じゃないんだ。俺は事件を通報しただけなんだ。 What? 彼女を誘拐したのも貴様なのか？そうよ。 What? 彼女を誘拐したのも貴様なのか？そうよ。 What?
どこにいるの？ここの別の部屋よ。あなたがなぜ彼女を追い回しているか白状したら教えてあげるよ。決まってるじゃない。彼女は俺のガールフレンドだから。それだけじゃないはずよ。なんだって。
Sometimes video will give you copyright claims. I gotta be
It
careful.
just looks so good, man. This movie looks great.
よせ。やめろよ。ベンチに入れと誰向きに歯磨きしねえと飛行機ができなくなって死ぬっていう子だ。お願いします。驚きました。
So he's telling that girl, when your body's painted, you die. So basically, that was what happened in Goldfinger. So they're actually showing it happen to the girl instead of just saying the aftermath like in Goldfinger. There's a different trailer that I think's in English that's done by the Night Flight people.
さっきも言ったから俺は犯人じゃないんだ。殺したのはブラックタイプの3人組の女たちなんだよ。いい、君たちは一体何者なんだ。
And people are saying that this reminds me of this other movie called Branded to Kill. And so I looked up the trailer to that, and this is a movie I've seen stills from. It's black and white, but it's the same kind of feeling, kind of tone. Anyway, this weird guy from that I just oh man, where was it? Yeah, this guy is named Disc Junkie TV. I think he's out of Norway, and um, haven't finished watching this, but his
Hey everyone, this is Disc Junkie, and welcome back to the Man Cave of Madness.
but he at the top of his stairs,
Get to it, and
he's got it
for now, but
like a.
I watched that last night. I couldn't
I
finish it.
haven't finished watching it.
Quite a while since we did a full walkthrough, and
It's very different from anybody's collection I've ever seen.
Get to it, and
Oh, my wife is in the.
we're going to head up the stairs. I'm going to put the camera
Okay, so
and try to
see this guy
provide
now.
you as detailed a view as possible.
Yeah, look at this when he comes to the top of the stairs. He's trying to keep his cat from going upstairs. It's all caged off. It's like, and he's got a whole Texas Chainsaw Massacre tribute room. He's
I like that cage, how you can hang pictures up on both sides of it.
Now we get anniversary edition coming.
But he has copies of Texas Chainsaw Massacre from Russia, from every country in the world. He's
Use something more.
But he's mainly a movie collector, is what he ended up doing. So anyway, that's
Yeah, that looks cool. That's something that Todd E. Walnuts would like to see this site.
yeah, I'm sure he already knows about him. But maybe he doesn't. In which case, yeah, I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I always like to see how
Yeah.
people live instead of seeing, the wall behind there where they have their computer. I like to see their whole environment. Uh, um, Callie, the cat, is keeps trying to come up to me and is a little scared, but just keeps approaching. And I think she's hanging out in the attic a lot, but she comes down when I come down. So um, let's see if I can get that Cherokee Book song without getting a copyright claim. Of course, Billy Mummy is, he's always been a musician. He even played the guitar on Lost in Space. I think he played Green Sleeves, because that's what everybody was playing.
They sang John Sloop B. Him and
That's right.
yeah, his other
That's
son.
right. That's right. Well, he was in a band with that with Mel Ferrer's, Jose Ferrer's, I don't know, somebody's son, the Hollywood actor's son, the guy that he was in, his friend was in Twin Peaks. They were Barnes and Barnes, and they were the ones that did that horrible song Fish Heads, which I never liked. And of course, Dr. Domino played it every week, and every nerd in the world wanted to hear it every week, and I couldn't stand that song. But Barnes and Barnes, that's fine. But this is just him. Okay, here I got it. It's a pretty good song. It's just this memory of going to this bookstore. Stepped into a fantasy. Let's see if it's got closed captioning here. Nope. Okay, so rode the bus with the barefoot girl. Stepped into a fantasy.
Hey Meyer, what's on your screen? Is that devil mask?
Yeah, it's the Devil Mask.
Oh, I thought he put glasses on.
That's what made me think it was a bad part of town. He says what did he say, with the thieves and with the crooks, and the anyway. So apparently he would go on Saturday afternoons to this place. Smell the clouds in the air. Hear a flute coming from somewhere. Like a poor fish caught on sharp steel hooks. Saturday summertime at Cherokee Books. Yeah, so you talked about the flute, yeah, and earlier Mike was saying he was always playing a recorder, the guy.
Oh, you mentioned that.
So yeah, so he'll really be thrilled to hear this song. Masks and capes, erasing escapes, magic winds and talking apes. Wish I could go back to Cherokee Books. Trying to get a Beatles feel here.
Yeah, for sure.
Fell hard for the novel age. Satisfaction on every page. Kind of magic that just cooks. Saturday summertime at Cherokee Books. Masks and capes, amazing escapes. Power rangers and talking apes. Wish I could go back to Cherokee. So the Beatles never sang about talking apes, though. That's the best thing I've ever heard Will Robinson record, but I haven't heard all of his music. I think that's basically it. I'm probably getting. But if they give me a copyright claim, I could say, but I'm friends with him on Facebook. There you go. Anyway, that's yeah. I think Michael enjoyed hearing that. It's just you just got to look it up on YouTube. It's not hard to find. What are we looking at here? What book is this?
Oh, I had my mic muted this whole time. I was trying to
Oh,
say
Out
this
of
is.
Alcatraz.
oh,
I was thinking Maya might like this. It's thick too.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's an Alcatraz comic, right?
Uh huh. Art's
This
pretty
might be
good.
good. I've never seen it. Yeah,
is it
looks
about
neat.
Alcatraz
No,
when
it's
it was a
about them
prison
getting
or
out.
today?
No, they
Yeah,
got
looks like
out.
it's
Look,
about
both these
Oh, I see.
guys
Yeah.
got out. Oh, yeah, it's called Out of Alcatraz. These two guys get out.
Yeah, there's not going to be any more mouse sightings now. We've got all these cats going everywhere with their claws. And it just looks like we've got a devil, a guy as part of our panel. Oh, you put it on the Garfield. I just realized. That's two things that Cleo hates is that mask and that bootleg Garfield. So you take off the mask and it's still something she can't stand.
That's why I
Oh.
put the sunglasses on there so she won't mind it as much.
Well, it is the eyes that make him. That's the creepiest thing. The way the eyes are open and fixated on you.
They're really
Yeah,
good.
that's the thing that gets. That's the eyes. They look like dead eyes, is what it is. I always thought that about Bo Derek. You know, we were looking at Bo Derek card earlier. I always thought her. I never thought she was. I know she's pretty. I accept that, but I never thought she was that attractive because it was like that. Her eyes kind of looked like cow eyes, like they were kind of. There wasn't a lot of depth there. But yeah, maybe I don't know.
Like, I
Maybe
thought I
it's
saw
just that she
Spider-Man
wasn't the
and
greatest
Superman comic.
actress. What are we showing here? Let me go to that. Oh, Las
Superman
Vegas.
comic. But I was flipping through it and I thought that was Spider-Man for a second.
Yeah, I would have too. What? Of course, you would think that's Spider-Man. How is it not Spider-Man? What is it?
I guess it's this guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but oh man, well they're really drawing Wonder Woman pretty buff now, aren't they?
Yeah.
Well, you know that wire thing you just had those things in would be a perfect way to display what Meyer's putting together. The like he's like on the front of that wire. If you put like the Gene Autry sign or whatever other signs you might make, that's a perfect way to you know. Yeah, see what I mean? That they would look really good there
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
make it Universal Monsters
if they were
sign.
tied to the wire. Yeah, yeah, whatever you wanted to paint there.
You know what you call them? They're called shelf talkers. They call those
Shelf
shelf
topper
talkers.
shelf
Talkers.
talkers.
talkers. Oh,
Yeah, here's one.
Oh
Here's
yes,
one.
okay. Yes, right. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. And they're shelf talkers, like they're talking to
Yeah,
you.
yeah. They
Neat.
talk so I don't have to. You can say the words that I don't have to say.
Oh, of course, yeah. And they just come with the books, or do you order a special order them?
No, they just send them to us.
Oh, wow. Those would be neat to have. So she says she doesn't hate the double mesh. She's scared of it. LOL. Yeah, it is. It's disturbing when you see. Well, when I put it on, it disturbed her, and then when she put it on, it disturbed me. But just seeing it without it on somebody, it's not as disturbing.
What is it? Oh,
What else did you say I hate? Well, I don't know that you hate it, but you weren't that enthused with that bootleg Garfield. I don't know if you remember what I'm talking about, but Meyer had that mask on that Garfield. So I was trying to convince her we need to get this Garfield. Oh, dude, he was so scary when he put it on. Me? I'm scary. Not used to people saying I'm scary. Oh man, look what comes up next. Dick Hyman, the organ masters, making memories. This is on the Organ Jukebox channel on YouTube. Uh, how did they not understand how funny that was? That the guy's name is Dick Hyman and he plays the organ. I don't think it was an intentionally funny thing, but I think I would have probably called myself Richard Hyman. Is this a new one? Oh, this is from a year ago. The Oregon Jukebox has not been putting up a lot of stuff lately. Let's see. Yeah, they haven't put anything up in 10 days. But Sunny Boy, did you see Sunny Boy 66 put up a good video this morning?
no, I didn't. Which one was it?
It's a monster oriented album. Um, let's see. It's called Halloween Party. Zach the Maniac's Halloween Party. It's
Yeah, it's almost Halloween season.
12 crappy 50s and 60s chillers, it says.
I had Christmas music playing today.
They're all, songs created to cash in on Monster Mash, basically.
What's the most popular Monster song? Monster Mash?
I think so, but I mean, I'm sure that people would, those people consider Thriller to be the big Halloween song now, but I don't accept it. I still, Monster Mash is still, but honestly, I guess Thriller has eclipsed Monster Mash, as far as I have to kind of accept that, I guess. The
Yeah, you're gonna hear that if you go to a haunted house or something. You're gonna hear that more than you're gonna hear.
Yeah, just because it's more recent in time, and it's so let's see.
Or if you go to a
What?
party, you're gonna hear Thriller before you hear Monster Mash.
Yeah, it's more of a normal person thing. I mean, it's not that it's a bad song. I mean, it's got Vincent Price and everything. I mean, I don't hate the song, but let's see. But the one that's really kicking ass on YouTube is Retro Radio Joe, because every day he puts up hours of vintage radio, and I don't think many people have discovered him yet.
I might write that down.
Yeah, Retro Radio Joe. I mean, this morning he puts up KBLA from June 26, 1965, over an hour of Humble Harv Miller, and it's damn it, dog's on me. I can't play the Beatles. That's a problem. There, stop that. Okay, I think the dog is trying to tell me she's hungry. What time is it? Christ, Jiminy Christmas. It's almost 7. I probably
Are you 3 hours ahead or 2?
I think I'm two. I used to be one, but I think I'm 2 hours ahead of you now.
I talked to
I don't
somebody
remember the
earlier. I talked
Garfield
to
right now.
Jambo. Talked to Jambo earlier, and he was 3 hours ahead.
With the mask on, I was scared as fuck. Trying to go through you all excited for Snow White or what? When does that come out? I mean, I won't see it, but I mean, I'll watch it on TV. Just, I mean, you kind of, I would never pay money to see it, but I want to see it just because it's one of those things. It's so bad. Uh, it just looks so bad that I don't know. Just can't.
What movie are you guys talking about?
Well, there's a remake of Snow White, and
Uh,
they with this
I heard they didn't put the seven dwarfs in it. I heard.
well, they were going to have them as little magical people, and they were all going to be different races and politically correct and representative of different cultures and LGBT or whatever. And they weren't going to be dwarves. Only one of them was going to be a little person, and they were going to all be like regular height because they didn't want because that famous dwarf that was in Game of Thrones said you can't have dwarves, and of course, then that makes sure all the other dwarves, except for him, are out of a job. But he was saying that's racist against the dwarf race if you do that. So they only had one little person, and then people were so freaked out seeing the photograph of these stupid-looking people coming down a hill that they digitally erased all of them and put in these stupid completely fake looking digital dwarves. So they do have dwarves in it. They're just it looks like Trump just posted a picture of an American flag. Let me see, what is he saying? Uh, I get the little notifications from Truth Social. Let's see, what did he just say? But oh, he's what is he doing? Well, he's showing that the astronauts are back safe. 4 hours ago, he says, my phone conversation today with President Putin of Russia was a very good and productive one. We agreed to an immediate ceasefire on all energy and infrastructure, with an understanding that we will be working quickly to have a complete ceasefire and ultimately an end to this very horrible war between Russia and Ukraine. This war would never have started if I were president. Many elements of a contract for peace were discussed, including the fact that thousands of soldiers are being killed, and both President Putin and President Zelensky would like to see it end. That process is now in full force and effect, and we will, hopefully, for the sake of humanity, get the job done. You know what's the most horrible thing about Zelensky is the two Y's at the end of his name. It's really stupid. Why? I mean, why does he need two Y's at the end of his name? Um, Makes no sense. I mean, don't they have a completely different alphabet in Russia and probably the Ukraine, since they're really Russians? Uh, I'm probably offending everyone because everyone loves the Ukraine. Uh, they're delaying the JFK files again. That's what I heard from Owen Schroyer, I think, just a few minutes ago. So much for disclosure. Yeah, there's something major that's in there that they think the whole society is going to crumble if we know. And that's got to be it. And of course, you know, what's the worst possible thing it could be if we find out that LBJ was behind it and that it was a coup d'etat? Well, what if we find out it's not the evil Russians or Cubans, but maybe a country that's one of our best friends that's behind it? That could be that could be it. And that could be a problem. I mean, there's something they don't want us, clearly they don't want us to know because they haven't told us for 62 years. And we've been lied to, and our society, because of the Kennedy assassination, we went from the wonderful world of the 50s and early 60s, and we were plunged into Vietnam and drugs and the breakup of the American family and the distrust of society, everything horrible, just everything horrible. Disco, I blame everything horrible that's ever happened on the in my entire life. I've lived under the specter of the Kennedy assassination and the realization that maybe we aren't the good guys, or maybe we're the good guys, but there's a lot of really bad people that have kind of taken over under the surface. And a lot of people have died in wars that were, I gotta feed the damn dog. The dog was gonna kill me. Oh man, I'm getting mugged. Man, I don't know, man, but there's something going on where even Trump is realizing, because he said, don't redact anything, just put it all out tomorrow. And someone must have gone in to the Oval Office and said, look, if we release this, um, it's just gonna, it's gotta be super bad. It's gotta be, it's gotta be real bad if they're. But I think we kind of know what it is. I mean, we know it's real bad. We know it's one of the, we know all the possibilities of what could have happened with Kennedy. And so we know it's got to be one of the worst of all of them for it to be. Uh, what are people saying? The more they hide it, the more they confirm the conspiracy theories. Yes, in fact, the term conspiracy theory was invented because of this. It was invented so they could make fun of people. Well, in fact, everything has been part of it, Gerald Ford was part of the Warren Commission. Of course, he was brought in after Nixon, and Nixon knew about, what really happened. And of course, they had to take Nixon out. And what Nixon, that whole Watergate thing is not one iota, one millionth compared to the horrible shit that Biden and those people did. Um, and with all the lies that we see the press tells, who went away? I guess Meyer went away. Oh, well, but it's all right. Yeah, it was Lee Harvey Oswald. I'll just be quiet. It was definitely a single shooter shooting from the sixth floor of the school book depository. It was Lee Harvey Oswald. He did it all. Then, oh, it's still Meyer. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, I was confused because Kevin was all black screen. I thought someone had gone away. Yeah, I don't know. If they're holding back still, then Trump's been convinced that it is super horrible, and he calls out bullshit and says that Biden's a criminal. So there's something bad, or maybe they. I just don't know. What do you think, man?
About what? About who?
The Kennedy assassination files not being released today. There's
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
that's
sure.
just, but it's not like, yeah. Um, oh, sorry to focus on you while you're eating. That looks delicious, man. Is that from a Chinese? Oh, what? So is that sushi? What is that? Rice cakes? Sushi? Um, Thank you, Last Frontier, for that Tomb of Dracula poster. That's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen in my life. Do you know what they were exactly promoting in 2008, Last Frontier, with that uh, poster? Okay. Drew, here's your food. I've got to put food in various places now. Alan, you want your food down in the basement? Oh, now there's about to be a fight over the food. There's about to be a showdown here. It's just like the good, the bad, and the ugly. You got Drew, cat, and this cat. Oh shit! They're now just chasing the other cat. Ah, shit! Realizing it's actually dinner time for these guys. Yeah, I gotta. We got 3 boxes of food in the mail today, so I'm gonna go prepare something for myself here before too long. Uh, Here's some little cards.
Oh, what is it?
What kind of car is this? Is something I've had since I was a kid. There's no light here. Well, I'll move into the light. It's a little Jeep.
Is it made of metal?
Yeah,
Might be a Tootsie toy called Tootsie Toys.
it could be. Yeah. So I've got just along this ridge here. Here's a bus, a Greyhound bus. It's
A Matchbox.
made in England. Yeah, a Greyhound bus. This is a recent one that I thought was neat. Hot Wheels, I guess.
Yeah, that looks cool.
I talked to my postman today
Yeah.
about them firing a bunch of people
Uh huh.
and them letting people take early retirement. You get like
Right.
you get $15,000 if you retire early.
Has that
They give
tempted
you.
him?
No, he could have already retired. He's gonna do like another. I think he said 5 years or something, just because he wants something to do.
This one you can lift the hood. I think it's a Matchbox. This looks like my grandfather's car.
That's a Matchbox. That's like first gen Matchbox, early one.
Look
So
at these
what would that be?
pedestals I
70,
got.
71? What would that be from? Here's like a lowrider, more recent vintage.
You guys
I
see
guess
these
I should dust these.
pedestals I got?
Huh?
You see these pedestals?
Let me see.
Uh,
Those-
wow.
Oh,
I'm gonna put a
What?
mummy head on top of this one.
how tall are those? Those on the floor?
Yeah, they're not as tall as I wish they were. I wish they were like waist high, but they're like knee high.
Did you get them in the mail?
No, there it came in.
They came in like someone came in and traded them to you?
Yeah, they came over the trade counter.
Oh, I see. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty neat. These cars are covered with spider webs. Just got spider webs all over my finger here. Look, this is bigger. I don't know what this is called. Can't read for shit on the bottom, but it's larger than the Hot Wheels cars. And I think this is a James Bond car from like the Daniel Craig era. And this is one. This must be Corgi. Yeah, this is a Corgi. Rover. This is from my childhood. And this one is made in England by, I can't read what it says there, but this is all cobwebbed. Um, yeah, I don't know what this thing is. Um, This is Corgi. So, well, that's the end of that show. Um, he said the essentials, just like you were saying, Meyer, that the Tomb of Dracula. I never dreamed they would have promotional posters for the essentials books. The essentials are the ones that are like phone books, right, on the cheap paper. God damn it. Well, what I ought to do is coordinate a time with Captain Strangeliffe uh, and maybe we can contact Charlton 66 and get everyone together. Get that guy, get Mike on. Mike, here the pets chasing each other upstairs. Uh, Mike that was on today, and I think that would make for an interesting round table. I don't know.
Hey, I gotta take off. I'll catch you later, all right? Can you hear me okay?
All right. Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks for coming on, Meyer. See you soon.
It's fun hanging
Bye.
out. I'll catch you guys later. I'll see you tomorrow or whenever next time.
Yeah, sounds great.
All right.
And yeah, I'm starting to wind down myself. We've been going 4.5 hours. I guess we'll turn off the television because running the television all the time causes global globule globular warming. Climate chango. You're not supposed to say those evil words. Oh, look, all that. We had blue skies this morning, and they did all that, those flyovers, all the geoengineering flights. And now, look, it looks like it might rain. How about that? Now look at all the new buds. Spring is, when does spring start? Thursday, or is it tomorrow? When is the first, hey Siri, when is the first day of spring? Siri won't answer me when I'm on the air. Let me just look up. Hold on. Thursday, March 20th at 4:01 a.m. will be the beginning of spring. So that's the way it is. Tuesday, what the hell day is this? March 18th, 2025, in the year of our Lord. That's what they all say, Drew. And so, when the darkness falls, as the shadows become deep and black, the silent pall of evil settles upon the earth. Who dares to search? Who dares to see what walks in the night? If you dare, welcome to the nightmare of the Hotel Orloff.